The House will come to order. The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourned from the session of January 8th, 2026. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain, the Reverend Kevin Trombley, pastor of Restoration Foursquare Church in Concord.
Good morning. Let's pray. Almighty God, source of all wisdom, truth, and life, we pause at the beginning of this session to acknowledge our dependence upon you. Thank you for the privilege and responsibility entrusted to those gathered in this chamber. We ask that you grant each representative wisdom beyond themselves, wisdom that listens before it speaks, seeks understanding before judgment, and chooses what is right over what is easy. Clothe these servants of the people with humility, that power would never eclipse compassion and conviction would always be joined with grace. Where there is disagreement, give patience. Where there is weariness, renew strength. Where decisions feel heavy, steady their hearts with clarity and courage. May righteousness guide every law debated and every vote cast, not for personal gain or partisan victory, but for the common good of all who call New Hampshire home. Bless the citizens of this state, our families, our workers, our elders, our children, and those whose voices are often unheard. May justice, peace, and hope flourish within our communities. As this House conducts its work today, may it be marked by integrity, respect, and a sincere desire to serve. Grant favor upon this session, and may all that is done here contribute to the well-being of this state and the future of those who will come after us. We ask all of this with gratitude and hope, trusting that you hear us. Amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Linden Borough, Representative Post, who will lead us in a Pledge of Allegiance. The chair now recognizes Adele Dabrowski, who will now sing our national anthem.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the brave and the home of the
The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Bucco, Gold, Hill, Lucas, Panic, Popovici Mueller, Sofakidis, Terry, and Verville. The day, important business, Representatives Ankerberg, Corker, Gorski, Robley Hall, Lundgren, Morse, Muirhead, Michael Murphy, Nato, Stephanie Payor, Trottier, Varney, and Wilson.
Leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. House will attend to introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Tom and Linda Burton, guests of Representative Leon. Adele, Mark, and Kendra Dabrowski, guests of Representative Post. Terry Fiorillo, guest of Representative Sheehan. Joe Yana, guest of Representative Page. Tom Alborn Sue and Alan Davis, guests of Representative Ames. The Honorable Mark Clark, former member from Bedford, guest of Representative DuPont. They are with us in the gallery today. And Mr. Speaker, please welcome our special guests, Director General Charles Liao and Michael Yao Liang Huang, guests of the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Boston, and Maria Walsh, also Maria Walsh, member of the European Parliament for Ireland, guest of the Speaker. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will attend to a communication. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, in an email from Friday from Representative Germana. Mr. Speaker, it has been a great honor to serve in the New Hampshire House of Representatives. Unfortunately, however, work responsibilities have me increasingly on the road and away from home, and it has become difficult to balance the responsibilities of my job with the service in the New Hampshire House. Therefore, I regretfully resign from my seat effective this date. With gratitude, Jill and Germana.
So resignation is accepted. The House will attend to a resolution.
Mr. Speaker, Representatives Osborne and Simpson offer the following. Resolved that the House of Representatives notify the Honorable Senate that it is ready to meet in joint convention for the purpose of hearing the State of the State address by Her Excellency, the Governor, Kelly Ayotte.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. We're all just waiting for the Senate. The House will attend to a Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate is ready to meet with the Honorable House of Representatives in joint convention for the purpose of hearing the State of the State address by Her Excellency, Governor Kelly Ayotte.
Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Senate. Mr. Speaker, the President of the Senate, the Honorable Sharon Carson of Londonderry.
The joint convention will come to order. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the New Hampshire State Treasurer, the Honorable Monica Mezzapelle. Mr. Speaker, the New Hampshire Secretary of State, the Honorable David M. Scanlon. Mr. Speaker, the Associate Justices of the New Hampshire Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Justice of the New Hampshire Supreme Court, the Honorable Gordon J. MacDonald. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Executive Council.
Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Her Excellency Governor Kelly A. Ayotte.
The joint convention and guests will now be attentive to the Governor's State of the State address. The chair recognizes Governor Kelly Ayotte.
Well, good morning, everyone. Mr. Speaker, Madam President, Mr. Chief Justice, honorable members of the Supreme Court, honorable members of the House, Senate, counselors, my fellow citizens, thank you for being here today. I want you to know how much I have appreciated working with all of you throughout this past year. From the legislature to the council to our commissioners, I've seen firsthand how all of you are united by the same passion to protect what makes our state so special and how you strive to make it even better for our fellow citizens and our future generations. Thank you for the job you are doing for our state, for our neighbors, for our kids, and thank you for continuing to serve. As you've heard me say many times, I think service is pretty important. New Hampshire depends on those who serve their neighbors, their communities, and our state. We don't have public safety if not for our law enforcement, firefighters, EMTs, corrections officers, and first responders. We don't have education without our teachers and our support staff. We don't have health care without our nurses or our doctors. And we don't have a country without our veterans, Guard, active duty, and reserve military. Not to mention our state, county, and municipal employees, social workers, community volunteers, and the list goes on and on. New Hampshire has a lot going for it, but what I think makes this state truly special is the people of New Hampshire. People like Lieutenant Bill Shea and firefighters Jonathan Moore, Corey Poissant, and Nate Keller from Engine Company 5 of the Nashua Fire Department, who bravely responded to a dangerous gas leak at Greater Nashua Mental Health on Monday, initiating rescue operations under extremely hazardous conditions, facing an explosion and fire, subjecting 3 of these heroic firefighters to serious injuries. They remain in our prayers. Or people like Ajla Mustafik and Katie Tewksbury, Manchester nursing students whose quick thinking, teamwork, and courage saved the life of a stranger. Or Edward Parker and Hubert Buchanan, who endured captivity as prisoners of war in the armed forces during World War II and Vietnam. It's easy to take them for granted, but we owe so much of what we have to those who have served. So thank you. Thank you to those in this room for serving your fellow citizens, to those at home who serve the public in a litany of different ways. You are making a tremendous difference for the state of New Hampshire. Thank you. Thank you. I stand before you today, convinced that the state of the state is strong, that our shared prospects for tomorrow are bright, and proud that our work is making New Hampshire even stronger, even safer, and more prosperous than ever before. We are proud of our New Hampshire tradition of being first, from being the first to rebel against British tyranny with the Pine Tree Riot, and the first colony to adopt its own constitution, to our first in the nation primary, which, by the way, we are never giving up. It's only fitting that today, 250 years since that first Constitution was adopted, New Hampshire continues to lead the nation in so many ways. We are #1 for public safety, #1 for taxpayer return on investment, #1 for economic opportunity, #1 for economic freedom, #1 for child well-being, #1 for home internet connectivity, #1 for healthcare, #1 for Medicaid mental health services. We have the lowest tax burden in the nation, and just this past year, we passed Vermont to become the #1 state to raise a family. Last month, we were named the healthiest state in the nation. In total, U.S. News ranks New Hampshire as the #2 state in the nation. Now, I don't know what Utah's doing, but I want Utah to know we are coming for you because we... Getting here was not an accident. Leading is in our blood. It's who we are. And over the past year, we have worked to deliver on the promises we made to make our state even stronger. We came together to get the cell phones out of the classroom and give our kids the chance to be kids and focus on learning every day. We expanded education freedom so that every family can choose the best learning environment for their kids. We took the housing crisis head on, passing more than a dozen pieces of legislation, overhauling state permitting reform, and cutting red tape to speed up construction. We ended our state's disastrous bail reform experiment, and we banned sanctuary cities, and so we've not gone the way of our neighboring states. We balanced our budget. We balanced our budget while protecting those who depend on us. We fully funded the developmental disability waitlist, protected Medicaid eligibility, and funded schools at higher levels than ever before. We implemented changes to modernize our operations, increase efficiencies, and welcome new suggestions from our state's Commission on Government Efficiency. And we kept our promise to protect the state's largest tract of land, the Connecticut Lakes Headwater Forest, by negotiating a new strong agreement that puts the North Country first and ensures continued logging and access to recreation. It's also important, as we talk about what we've done, to talk about what we have not done. And what we didn't do is raise taxes. We are the envy of New England and a beacon for good governance nationwide because we have not succumbed to the lie that more money for government is better. We have succeeded because we have held the line against an income tax, against the sales tax, against an interest and dividends tax, and against a death tax. And instead, we have relied on the ingenuity and thoughtfulness of our people to meet the needs we have and to provide for those who depend on us. We are the live free or die state. But when you look at the states around us, we show them what it means to live free and prosper. But make no mistake, we are never more than one election away from giving it up, from going the way of our neighbors, from massing up New Hampshire. Just look at the neighborhood. I want you to look at what they're doing down in Rhode Island. As we speak, they have a big budget deficit as the end of the Biden-era spending spree comes. Rather than do what we did and take a hard look at spending and recalibrate, they are pushing a new millionaire's tax to cover their 50% growth in spending since the pandemic. And the last state in the country to enact an income tax just so happens to be one of our neighbors. And we're going to pick on our friends in Connecticut for a moment here. Since Connecticut enacted an income tax, they've raised it 4 times. And where does Connecticut stand when it comes to property taxes? 3rd highest in the nation. So let this be a cautionary tale for the future of New Hampshire. There is no getting around the fact that property taxes in New Hampshire are unsustainable. In my budget address last year, I challenged our local officials to take a hard look at spending and what they are doing rather than increasing local taxes. Our towns and municipalities need to get serious about fiscal responsibility. But even more misguided are those in this room who argue that the solution to high property taxes is to raise other taxes. Let me be clear about this. If your solution to high property taxes is to institute new taxes that punish families and businesses, you can kiss the New Hampshire advantage goodbye. The simple fact of government is that government likes to spend your money, and raising taxes only ensures that the government gets more of your hard-earned money. That's it. If we ever accept that argument in New Hampshire, it will be the end of our distinct advantage over our other fellow New England states. An advantage that just in the last year brought 6 companies up from Massachusetts and 500 jobs with them. Now, you may have seen the news, but little New Hampshire has Massachusetts bragging about retaining a single company. Imagine that conversation. Can you imagine it? Having that conversation 10, 20 years ago? Massachusetts is handing out millions of taxpayer dollars to stop companies from fleeing north. And we are welcoming these companies with open arms, not big giveaways like the Bay State doles out. But even with this success, I know we can do better. Something I've come to realize over this past year is that our unique New Hampshire strengths could be more known and better known outside our state. And as we begin this new year, I am focused on showcasing all our state has to offer in a much bigger way. Our Department of Business and Economic Affairs has an incredible story to tell about why life here in New Hampshire is about as good as it gets anywhere, and why you should come here, raise your family, start your business, and live your life right here in New Hampshire. We need to do a better job of telling that story and think differently about marketing ourselves. To that point, a quick aside about the Hampton Rest area on I-95, the one I pulled. When I sat down and saw that the building plans were modeled off what we would see along the New Jersey Turnpike with all national brands and no New Hampshire businesses, I said, are you crazy? We have a golden opportunity to put a flag in the ground and show the incredible number of people that go past that area and through that area exactly what this state is all about, and that's what we're going to do. That's what I mean when I talk about us thinking differently. Another way I want us to think differently is about how we drive economic development. Economic development is more than marketing ourselves and attracting others here. It's aligning our critical structures of workforce, housing, and childcare to create the most advantageous environment for businesses to start, grow, and succeed. These structures are important individually, but together they form the basis for what it means to be a good place to locate your company. The number one area we need to succeed to keep our state on the right track is housing. Doing so will help us grow our workforce, attract more businesses, and bring more families to New Hampshire. We want our seniors to be able to afford to stay in their homes or to choose a home that better fits them as they age. We want businesses to be able to recruit and retain the best and brightest to come and work here. And as parents, we want our children to stick around and build their future here. Last year was the most ambitious year for housing laws in state history. And I was glad to work with all of you in this room to make that happen. Thank you. I appreciate your work. Together, we passed laws to speed up construction, including a new lean 60-day permitting process to make sure the state isn't a barrier to progress on the issue. We cut outdated red tape that was standing in the way of new building. We improved the system to finance energy-efficient housing developments. And we expanded opportunities for new types of housings like accessory dwelling units that allow families to stay together or allow a loved one with a developmental disability or an aging parent to stay in place but to be independent, or give young people out of college or out of school a place to start while they're saving for that first down payment. We enabled businesses to be able to convert empty offices to much needed housing, which helps more people live in the community where they work, revitalizes our downtown, and gives us a new tool in our toolbox to help this housing crisis. And just last week, we took our first look at how we're doing when the Bureau of Economic Affairs released housing production data for the past year. And guess what? It was the highest total in 20 years. This is an early sign that momentum is building, but we're going to continue to work on increasing our housing supply. I know there's an appetite to do even more, and we will keep thinking creatively to keep New Hampshire growing. We must continue to prioritize our workforce training programs to ensure that we meet the needs of businesses today and in the future. Our community college system ranks in the top 10 in the country, and they do a tremendous job of partnering with local businesses to ensure that we are growing our workforce in critical areas. Last year, we invested in dual and concurrent enrollment programs to help put more individuals on the path to good-paying careers in the trades, in healthcare, and beyond. As we look ahead, we need to make sure that it's easy and easy as possible to transfer credits within our community college system, and make sure that you can transfer credits easily to our university system so that students don't run into added cost and added roadblocks. One of the downward pressures on our families and our workforce is the expanding cost of childcare. I know this burden for so many leads to some very tough conversations around the dinner table, where parents are talking about the value of a parent working versus whether they can afford childcare and comparing the costs. As a state, we are looking at ways to ease this burden. The budget we passed last year fully funded the child care scholarships and also reduced administrative burdens for those scholarships. We are looking at ways to make the program run better and reduce barriers so that we can have new providers that can access those scholarships. We are also getting the private sector and nonprofits at the table to talk about how we can work together to expand childcare in New Hampshire. Just yesterday, I was at a ribbon cutting at the Merrimack YMCA, where they're not only renovating, but they're expanding their childcare facility and their learning programs. It's a wonderful place. And it also happens to be the largest of its kind in the country. It's amazing. Similarly, we see Boys and Girls Clubs across New Hampshire expanding childcare offerings. And we must empower other nonprofits and businesses to do the same. I would like to see a tax credit for companies investing in childcare for their workforce to incentivize more businesses to consider helping meet this need for their employees. What makes more sense than having childcare co-located with a business? The quality of life that we enjoy here in the Granite State is one of the intangibles that makes residents proud. It leads curious visitors to ask, how do you do it? What makes it different here? Last year, we did important work together to keep our state the safest in the nation. We finally ended the failed bail reform experiment that created a revolving door for dangerous criminals, hurt innocent people, and in some cases, ended lives far too early, like that of Marisol Fuentes Huracha. We mourn, alongside with the people of Berlin, Marisol's tragic murder. This is a solemn reminder of the importance of advocating for and supporting those affected by domestic violence, and the importance of the work we do here to protect the people of the Granite State. We backed our first responders that do such important work by restoring benefits that had been promised for them for their retirement. We increased penalties for human trafficking, improved protections for crime victims, and established a domestic violence fatality review committee that is already working on, first of all, the #1 case, Marisol Fuentes, so that we can learn from those prior tragedies and make sure that they never happen again. We renewed our commitment to delivering justice, no matter how long time has passed, by strengthening our cold case unit and ensuring that they have the resources necessary to pursue these cases with the urgency and care that they deserve. Keeping New Hampshire the safest state in the nation also means making our roads safer. I'm grateful to Councilor Stephen, Attorney General Formella, Commissioners Quinn and Cass, and everyone who served on my Highway Safety Task Force last year and the important recommendations that they came forward with. One of their top recommendations is to tackle the culture of impaired drivers refusing to submit to a breath alcohol test, which is why I'm calling on the House and Senate to double the administrative license suspension from 6 months to 1 year for drivers refusing to take a breath alcohol test. We will keep working together to address the dangers of impaired driving, distracted driving, wrong way driving, and any other issue that puts Granite Staters at risk. The heart of our tourism and recreation industry is the beautiful land that we are fortunate to all call home. New Hampshire's outdoors anchors our live free or die spirit. Some feel the call of the mountains, others the ocean, our lakes, our parks, our ski mountains, hiking trails, rock faces, snowmobile and ATV trails, or just the plain old wilderness. You name it, we've got it here in New Hampshire. And I'm hell-bent on protecting the look and feel of our state because I think it is what sets us apart. When I took office, I promised we would uphold the conservation easement negotiated for the Connecticut Lakes Headwater Forest in 2002. And we delivered on that and more. Our agreement reached last month not only protects but advances the interests of our communities that depend on this vital resource for timber as well as for recreation. I want to thank Councilor Kenny, I want to thank the Coos County Commissioners and our North Country legislators for helping us obtain this important agreement. Thank you. And I want everyone to know, we will use every tool at our disposal to make sure that this agreement is followed. Furthermore, I'm renewing my call to the legislature to send me a moratorium on new landfills and a process that takes into account community input when siting these landfills. We cannot let places like Forest Lake in Dalton become a dumping ground for out-of-state trash. Can't let it happen. It's critically important that we protect the natural beauty that draws thousands of visitors to our state, provides ample recreation, and showcases who we are as a people. Which brings me to an area of our lives here in New Hampshire that is not where we want it to be, and that is electric rates. Let's understand why we are here. Our neighbors that govern a lot differently than we do are busy pushing up regional rates with their net zero religion and lack of pragmatism and focus on the consumer. Well, at the same time, they are battling to block new energy projects that would lower costs for all in the region, projects like the Constitution Pipeline. Here at home, our Public Utilities Commission has been too willing for too long to go along with the wishes of big utilities, boosting their bottom line instead of being focused on keeping rates as low as possible for the residents of this state. The Commission must provide transparency to residents when it comes to their electric bills and put the needs of ratepayers first. Looking toward the future of energy in New Hampshire, we can build on the successes of our homegrown power. There are numerous groups, lawmakers, stakeholders that are all looking into the next steps of nuclear. Today, I am directing our Department of Energy to build pathways to foster the next generation of nuclear power right here in New Hampshire. I've asked the department to bring together stakeholders, lawmakers, and organizations focused on nuclear generation to ensure we have everyone at the table and that we are on the forefront of adopting this new technology. Our most critical duty as a state is to meet the needs of those to whom we have been entrusted. Our education and healthcare systems provide for the good of all people from all walks of life across the Granite State. They are strong, but my administration wants to make sure that they're even stronger. We are taking challenges on head first and doing the hard work to ensure that we not only maintain but improve our performance. And this really starts with our kids. What we are doing to prepare our kids for life and ensure that they're ready to enter the world is critical to our long-term success as a state. Today, we have one of the best education systems in the country. Our schools consistently rank in the top 10. We're 7th in the nation in funding per student. And we have a lot to be proud of when it comes to the strength of our schools. And that is thanks to our teachers and our support staff in all different learning environments from across this state. As many of you know, my husband Joe is a math teacher, so teachers are near and dear to my heart. So I want to take a moment to thank every teacher in this state and all the support staff that help them for what you do on behalf of the students and the children of this state and our future. Thank you so much. Last year, we expanded opportunities for families with universal education freedom, giving more kids the opportunity to succeed in the learning environment that works best for them. And we also made historic investments for special education with more funding for these important programs than ever before. And one of the accomplishments that I'm most proud of is that we got the cell phones out of the classroom. I know it's been an adjustment for our students. Even in my household, I've heard an earful from my teenage son because he hears it from his friends. So I'm definitely taking the heat on this as well. I've visited schools to see firsthand how this bell-to-bell ban is working. And here's the exciting news. Teachers told me that even those who are skeptical as students have admitted the lunchroom is louder. Kids are talking to each other in the hallway. Cyberbullying is down. Classroom focus is better. And most important, kids can just be kids. No screens, no Snapchat, no TikTok during the school day. I visited McCarthy. So one of the places I visited was McCarthy Middle School in Nashua. And guess what they're doing? They're checking out library books again and even requesting new titles from their favorite authors. Can you imagine reading for fun? I love it. As good as our accomplishments and national rankings are, I think there are still challenges we need to be honest about when it comes to delivering the promise we make to the next generation. Outcomes matter more than anything else, and our math and reading scores need to be much higher. We owe it to our kids. Low reading scores are a challenge here and across the country, and I believe a smart first step for us in addressing this is to dig into our districts that are standouts and ask them, what are they doing differently? What can we learn and apply from their example? How can we help all of our schools raise the bar for reading? Which is why I'm instructing Commissioner Davis to undertake a new reading initiative to discover what we can learn from our schools that have the highest number of students reading at grade level and apply these best practices to every school statewide. I grew up in New Hampshire. I went to our public schools, and I'm proud of the education we're providing for our kids. But let's face it, the credit really goes to all the parents and all the teachers and all of those who are every day working to make this possible on the front lines of our schools. We are going to make sure that you have the support you need to keep doing it and to do it even better, and that our kids have every opportunity to succeed in their lives. When I took office, I promised that I would be a governor for all of New Hampshire, and that we would protect our most vulnerable citizens who depend on the state for their needs. With our budget that protects our region-leading Medicaid eligibility levels, provides full funding for developmental disability services, and with our creation of the Go North initiative to provide hundreds of millions in funding for rural health care initiatives, we are delivering on these promises. We funded one of the strongest Medicaid programs in the country despite a difficult budget environment, protecting services and maintaining New Hampshire's eligibility levels, which are tops in New England. We ensured no wait lists for disability services, and we are strengthening our mental health system, a lifeline for people at every corner of our state. We also funded uncompensated care for our community mental health centers so that no one is turned away when they're looking for help. We preserved funding for 988 and fully funded our Doorways and Recovery-Friendly Workplace programs, which are giving a hand up to people in treatment and recovery from addiction. Looking ahead, we're focused on making sure we can sustain these critical services, tackle the challenges that arise, and take advantage of new opportunities to keep our state the healthiest state in the nation. I've made no secret about my concerns with the back of the budget cuts that were made to the Department of Health and Human Services, but I am working closely with Commissioner Weaver on how we meet those budget targets responsibly without affecting services. The creation of the Go North initiative and our New England leading fundraising. We receive the most money in New England from the Rural Health Transformation Grant. We're very proud of that. And this has the potential to be a game changer for the state. I'm thrilled to have Donna Lee Lozo, who graciously put off her retirement, to lead this effort to ensure that healthcare access in our small towns and rural areas is equal to our more developed areas. Thank you, Donna Lee, for taking that on. With this historic level of funding, we will invest in innovative technologies to make care easier to access and to improve patient outcomes. From expanding telehealth in primary care, specialties, and obstetrics, and emphasizing a prevention-first model, we are going to leverage state-of-the-art technology to overcome the barriers to healthcare delivery in every corner of our state. By focusing on primary care and making investments in local infrastructure, we can transcend traditional clinic care by establishing community access points through schools, libraries, mobile clinics, and we are going to grow our rural healthcare workforce, investing in recruitment, retention, and training to encourage skilled providers to stay in our most rural areas, especially our North Country. Furthermore, I'm going to ask Director D. Juris of the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification to ensure that outdated licensing rules do not get in the way of using new technologies and growing our workforce. I know that together we can deliver an even healthier future for all of our families in every part of this state. In conclusion, I love this state. I love its people, its communities, its small towns, its natural beauty, its safe street, and its strong spirit. Together, we are protecting what sets us apart, what beckons people here, and ultimately, what uniquely makes us the Granite State. I want to thank you for your time this morning. May God bless you in your work. May God bless the state of New Hampshire, the greatest state in this country, in the greatest country on earth. Thank you.
The joint convention will remain seated while the guests retire.
Wait, we're still in convention center. All right, now go ahead and ask for the convention to rise. It's not like they've never done this before.
The joint convention arises. Representative Osborne and Senator Birdsell move that the joint convention arise. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the joint convention is adjourned. We're going to be in about a 5-minute recess as the chairs and everything are taken out of the room. Members, take your seats. All set? The House will come to order. House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, House Bill 1446, removed by Representatives Howard, Wheeler, Butler, Alexander, Nagel, Rosner, Prout, Bailey, Amon, and Guyson. From the Committee on Judiciary, House Bill 1436, removed by Representatives Spillane, Sabourin Deschonry, Jonathan Smith, Tom Mannion, Sellers, Harrington, C., Dan McGuire, Love, and Polozov. From the Committee on Municipal and County Government, House Bill 1105, removed by Representatives Comtois, Sabourin Deschonry, Plosage, St. Clair, Guyson, Miller, Johnson, Scully, Susie, and Grota. From the committee.
Suspend. It is way too noisy. Some people would like to hear what bills are being removed.
And Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Municipal and County Government, House Bill 1160, removed by Representatives Weiler, Dan McGuire, Mooney, Carol McGuire, Seaworth, Rung, Priest, Navalanco, Harrington, and Bernardi.
Are there any bills to be removed from the consent calendar? Representative Osborne moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in today's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Consent calendar is adopted. Under Rules of the House, from the Committee on Transportation, bills numbered 1190, 1483 are referred to the Committee on Finance. The Committee on Transportation, HB numbered 1350, is referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. We'll now attend to the regular calendar. What purpose does a member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
The motion is the special order HB 1193 to the top of the agenda. To now.
Okay. The motion is to special order 1193 to the first bill on the...
Yes, thank you.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. In Committee on Public Works and Highways, to which was referred House Bill 1193, naming a 911 call service center in Laconia in the honor of Bruce C. Cheney. Considered the same, report the same, and the recommendation of the bill ought to pass. Senator Bill Boyd for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and honorable legislators of the great House of Representatives. I am honored to raise before you to speak on behalf of HB 1193, the naming of the new 911 center after Bruce Cheney. In asking for your support, you should hear his professional life's journey, and I'm gonna make it quick. Bruce began his public service as a member of the United States Marine Corps, where he developed a strong foundation in leadership and discipline. His military experience instilled in him a deep commitment to duty and service, values that would guide his subsequent career. After being honorably discharged from the Marines, he became a police officer in the town of Tilton. This provided him with the street-level knowledge which provided the path to becoming the police chief of Guilford and eventually becoming the police chief of Laconia. In 1993, Bruce was appointed as the director of the New Hampshire Division of Emergency Services and Communications. In his role, he was instrumental in the development and overseeing the state's 911 emergency communication system, enhancing public safety 911 infrastructure across New Hampshire, and contributing to New Hampshire's preparedness for the next generation 911 service, where he served for over 20 years. In 2017, Bruce was elected to the City of Laconia City Council, where he represented Ward 1 for 8 years. As councilor, he served on the local planning boards and police commissions. If he thought he was busy, he also took time out to serve on the following boards: Lakes Region Mental Health, New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic Violence, Lakes Region's General Hospital, Governor's Homeland Security Advisor. In closing, from the inaugural address of President John F. Kennedy, ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country. Bruce served his country, he served his state, and he served his local communities. What better honor could the state of New Hampshire bestow on one of the hardest working citizens than naming the 911 building after him? So please join me in voting yes on HB 1193. And on behalf of Bruce Cheney, I would like to thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to emphasize that 911 is here because of the work of Bruce Cheney. And on behalf of the thousands and thousands and thousands of people who have utilized that service, and quite often to save their lives or the lives of others, I want to thank you, Bruce. Thank you so much. And thank you for voting yes on this bill.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1193. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. The Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1556 FN, an act relative to the commission of domestic violence offenses in the presence of a child. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate Senator Ricky DeVoid for the committee. The motion before us is ITL on House Bill 1556. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1697 FN, an act to exempt certain firearms and firearm accessories manufactured and retained in New Hampshire from federal regulation. Having considered the same, report the same on the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Terry Roy from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Buzz Scheer for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Scheer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's what this bill is about. The idea behind this bill is that if a firearm is to avoid the federal regulation of certain firearms, that is, firearms that are manufactured solely manufactured in New Hampshire, and take that out of interstate commerce. That's the idea behind the bill. Couple problems. Firearms, even those firearms that are manufactured, like Sturm Ruger in New Hampshire, they get their raw material through interstate commerce. They get it out from outside of the state. So this bill should not affect those. It should not take those guns manufactured by companies like Sturm Ruger out of interstate commerce because they acquire material through interstate commerce. So problem number one. Problem number two is certain people want to litigate this issue of whether it's in interstate commerce or not. That's fine. As a lawyer, as a law professor, I'm fully in support of litigation. But as the prime sponsor of this bill said in committee, I'm not in, the nonprofit organizations are willing to pay for this litigation, but this bill is all about making it a state law so the Attorney General would have to finance the litigation. And we all know the problems we have with budget matters, and we're going to pass a bill that can be paid, that the litigation it's already been admitted it can be paid for by nonprofit organizations. We're going to pass a bill so that those nonprofit organizations can litigate this issue with a free ride. That is, the state pays for it. So I ask you to vote, press the red button, vote no. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Saborin D. Coignet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Esteemed colleagues, the Firearms Freedom and Federalism Act is enabling legislation that asserts New Hampshire's sovereignty under the 10th Amendment, shielding in-state manufactured firearms and accessories from excessive federal overreach resulting from the Commerce Clause's aggregation principle. This legislation protects citizens' Second Amendment rights, fosters interstate commerce and industry, and enforces federalism. Granite staters are concerned about affordability, and this is a clever, outside-the-box way to address that. We as a state can create opportunity for ourselves and create an entirely new category of products for in-state use, using the Second Amendment to lead the charge. We are not alone in this effort. Firearms Freedom Acts have already been enacted in states like Montana, Kansas, and others. There isn't any harm to their economies and preemptively discourages the feds from intervening. And just like how last month we passed out of this body a bill exempting meat and meat food products that are slaughtered, prepped, and sold in state from certain inspections, this bill marks firearms for New Hampshire use only, preventing export while exempting them from federal rules, promoting self-reliance and economic growth. This bill passed this body last year, so please vote green to support the OTP motion once more, and I would like a division vote. Thank you.
Representative Muse has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Everybody make sure your voting stations are on. The motion before us is a majority committee report of order passed on House Bill 1697. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Harriet Cartwright for a parliamentary inquiry.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the apparent sole purpose of this bill is to set up constitutional challenge to the application of the Federal Commerce Clause to firearms regulations, and that it mentions the Firearm Freedoms Act verbally, it mentions the Firearm Act verbally, somehow exempts from federal laws. Secondly, if I know that the courts have repeatedly rejected this theory because firearms do not stay within state borders, they travel with their owners to other states. And finally, if I know that New Hampshire minimal firearm regulation means that federal law is really the only meaningful line of defense in preventing dangerous individuals from obtaining and misusing weapons, exempting any class of firearm or accessories from federal oversight would create loopholes that could be exploited, not just in our state, but nationwide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vote red.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know it's the responsibility of the state's Attorney General's office to enforce the state laws, and if I know this bill clearly states that the firearm must be kept in New Hampshire and it makes it illegal to remove it from this great state. Finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know by passing this we will allow for federal exemptions while at the same time promoting state economic growth, would I now vote green with the committee recommendation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before us, majority committee report of order passed on House Bill 1697. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Murray.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 188 voting yea, 164 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1793 FN, an act prohibiting public colleges and universities from regulating the possession or carrying of firearms and non-lethal weapons on campus. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Terry Roy from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator David Muse from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Muse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have seen this movie before. In 2018, this body rejected a similar bill to allow guns on New Hampshire State College campuses by a 231 to 110 vote. That response came a week after a gunman opened fire at a shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, that left 17 teachers and students dead, and a nation and many people in this legislature in shock. The bill before us today also comes to us on the heels of a tragedy, this time a classroom shooting at Brown University in Providence that took the lives of 2 students and wounded 9 others. What this bill seeks to do is to ban all colleges, universities, and institutes of higher education that receive any amount of funding from the state from restricting the possession or the carrying of firearms on campus. The bill would also allow any person who is aggrieved by a violation of the ban to sue for monetary damages, attorney fees, and court costs. Something that we need to understand is that under this bill, it's not just students, faculty, and staff who'd be able to carry a gun on campus. Random visitors to campus would also be able to carry firearms. According to the U.S. Secret Service, roughly half of school shooters in the U.S. are students. The remainder have no affiliation with the school or their relationship is unknown. In other words, they are visitors. So less than 3 months after a middle-aged visitor walked into a classroom at Brown University with a gun in his hand and murder in his heart, we have a bill in front of us that would not only invite random visitors onto our own college campuses to tote firearms, we're also telling them that if campus security tries to enforce a restriction, they can file a lawsuit that will ultimately be paid off by taxpayers. The fact is that this bill is so broadly written, that should be reason enough to reject it. But there's more. During the public hearing, we heard the sponsor and a handful of students who support the bill testify that prohibiting guns on campus is unconstitutional. They also told us that firearms restrictions discriminate against young people who they reminded us are old enough to vote, old enough to marry, and old enough to serve in the military. As for the argument that the bill is unconstitutional, we do have the Second Amendment. But we also have laws on our books that ban felons and people subject to protective orders from buying guns. We have another state law on the books that prohibits firearms in courtrooms. While Article 2A of our New Hampshire Bill of Rights and its shall not be infringed wording gets most of the attention in a debate like this, Article 3 instructs those of us in government that we have an obligation to balance individual rights with our duty to ensure the protection of others. With this bill, we would be shirking that duty. As for the argument that campus restrictions on firearms amount to discrimination against young people, it's critical to realize that these restrictions apply to everyone on campus regardless of age. In short, they have absolutely nothing to do with who you are and everything to do with where you are. In the Heller decision, the Supreme Court acknowledged, even as it was expanding gun rights, that there remains a need for reasonable regulations to prohibit the carrying of firearms in sensitive places, such as schools and government buildings. 4 years ago, in the Bruin decision, the court clarified that the right to carry a firearm exists outside the home, but it also reaffirmed that firearms can still be restricted in certain places. Schools remain one of those places, and not a single court ruling has said otherwise. During the public hearing, university security staff testified that in an active shooter response, the need to factor in armed faculty, students, staff, and visitors who might be brandishing or even shooting their weapons adds risk and complexity to any police response. We were also told that it increases the likelihood that a person openly carrying a firearm could be mistaken for a shooter as law enforcement tries to bring a violent incident to an end. As former House Criminal Justice and Public Safety Chairman David Welch said when he spoke against a similar bill in 2018, law enforcement coming into a place like a school with half a dozen or a dozen people with guns drawn is not a good scenario. But if this bill passes, it will be a scenario that every higher educational institution in New Hampshire that accepts state money will have no choice but to prepare for. For our state's public colleges and universities, this means hiring additional security staff, creating new training programs, and paying costs for general liability insurance that will substantially increase, all at taxpayer expense. Meanwhile, research suggests that allowing guns on campus does nothing to increase safety, but what it will do is increase the risk of incidents involving firearms, including accidents, suicides, and homicides. Mr. Speaker, I urge you to vote red so another motion may be made.
Chair recognizes Representative Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like you, thanks to the ubiquity of cell phone cameras, I watched in horror the killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good on January 7th and Alex Preddy on January 24th. My PTSD kicking in from my experiences in Vietnam 5 decades ago, when among my responsibilities was writing the letters home to the men in my unit who had been killed. And it was not the heavy combat we were in the Mekong Delta, where I was an adjutant company commander with the 9th Infantry Division. It was what I knew about the letters, that many of the 18-year-olds we put in body bags were killed by accidental discharge. They were killed by friendly fire. And these were trained soldiers who died because they were in an area where guns were sometimes misused. Those thoughts I was thinking about, that wouldn't I hate it if the president of the University of New Hampshire had to write a letter home to a family of a student who may have been killed because of mishandled weapons on campus. And the letter would read, "We regret to inform you that your daughter died from a mishandled weapon in Stoke Hall." My reaction would be, how the hell did a pistol get into Stoke Hall at the University of New Hampshire? That's what could happen if we pass this bill into law. Those thoughts returned when I debated the sponsor of House Bill 1793 on WMUR a few weeks ago, when he emphatically asserted that arming students like him and his friends would make our public universities, state colleges, and community colleges safer than they are now guarded by trained law enforcement officers. My answer to that is, in the Seacoast, we have a bridge for sale. I'd be happy to sell it to you. It's coming down, because it makes no sense to me. And those trained officers at UNH in Durham are one of the few dual police stations in the country that are both accredited by CALEA, which is the premier accrediting body for police departments. And I've been involved in that as a member of the town council for 11 years. It's really, really strict. And they review all of the policies and procedures, including firearms. But the negative consequences of turning our institutions into free fire zones under the banner of campus carry have immediate consequences, even as we hope shots are never fired. The community colleges, in addition to security officers, might be forced to pay higher insurance premiums and install and maintain safe storage areas for those who wish to store a weapon while using fitness facilities or work in labs. Several of the community colleges have either embedded high schools or daycares on campus, which may have to be shuttered due to conflicting laws and rules related to these places. Free fire zones have negative consequences, even as we hope shots are never fired. The consequences of this bill for the 3 residential campuses would be the same: increased cost and less security for students, faculty, staff, and visitors in recreation areas, classrooms, and any on-campus activities such as sporting events and cultural events. 31 states, almost 2/3 of the states, ban carrying concealed weapons or give their institutions their choice as whether to ban them or not. 11 states permit the carrying of concealed weapons, but often add other requirements. In Texas, for example, the gun owner must have a license to carry, but only in a gun-free zone. In Arkansas, only enhanced concealed carry permit holders may carry concealed weapons. Open carry is forbidden in Arkansas, as is storage in university-owned dormitories and residence halls. And by the way, right now the university's policy is to store the weapons of the students till they need them and 24-hour access. In fact, New Hampshire would become only the third state, with Utah and West Virginia, to have such a liberal firearms law if House Bill 1793 passes. Like Keene and Plymouth, the town of Durham, where I serve on the town council for the last 11 years, is a compact area. Our new 600-student middle school sits right behind Fraternity Row on Madbury Road. Many kids walk by them and through the campus coming and going to school. I live a quarter of a mile from T Hall, in earshot of social events on the campus. I don't want to hear gunshots. The town council in Durham unanimously passed a resolution. I won't read the whole thing, but one paragraph. Quote, "The forced elimination of campus weapons policies at UNH would represent a significant and unnecessary intrusion by the state into the ability of local public safety officials and university leaders to tailor security measures to the particular needs, physical layout, and risk environment of the Durham campus." As the hearing of HB 1793 concluded a few weeks ago, the chair shrugged and looked at those of us who opposed the bill, saying words to the effect that he felt the pain of those testifying against it, but the Second Amendment is absolute. No, it's not. The main Article 2 itself has a natural right of obtaining happiness. There's no mention of weapons. The Amendment 2A, an add-on to cover the militiamen storing weapons in their homes in colonial periods times, includes the right to bear arms. In other words, our right to be free from violence is of equal power or more than the cited in the amendment. A few years ago, during my third term here in this House, when I was asked to be the lead speaker against the same NRA-inspired bill, something very special happened. Some of you may remember it because you were here. I used to sit over there because at that time we all sat together. I thought that was a little healthier, by the way, but I used to sit in the second row over there. When I was asked to be the lead speaker, former Representative David A. Welch, then the highly respected chair of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee, intercepted me as I walked to the podium to speak. He asked me if he could do my speech. Having heard my testimony during the bill's hearing, he knew I was in opposition. So I stepped aside, and he strode to that podium. He had no long speech to give opposing the bill, but what he did say swung the vote from OTP to ITL. I'll never forget his powerful words. Quote, "I've learned my granddaughter will attend UNH this fall, and I want her to be safe." The bill lost by a wide margin. Please reject House Bill 1793 so all of our children will be safe. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Farrington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1982, a supermajority of Granite Staters approved Article 2A of our state constitution. And that reads that all persons have the right to keep and bear arms in defense of themselves, their families, their property, and the state. A few decades later, in 2017, New Hampshire became a constitutional carry state, meaning that you do not need a silly permission slip in order to exercise your right to bear arms. We in New Hampshire have made it clear. Self-defense is not a privilege. It is a natural right. And natural rights are not given by government. They're granted by God alone. And so what God gives, we cannot take away. But right
House will
now,
be
at
in order.
every single public university in our state, unelected administrators are stripping college students, professors, and visitors of their natural rights. This bill prevents publicly funded universities from contradicting state law. Now, if we've learned anything from the tragedy at Brown, it should be that gun-free zones only create soft targets, where victims are left defenseless and hopeless without the ability to put up a fight against the bad guy. More than 90% of all mass shootings happen in these so-called gun-free zones. What happened at Brown could happen at UNH, and we need to take action right now. In committee, we heard from more than a dozen college students in support of this bill, one of which was a senior at UNH, and he wants the ability to carry a firearm because right now the university is doing absolutely nothing to protect his safety. Buildings are left wide open so anybody can walk in at any time. And the university won't even guarantee a police presence inside of those buildings. We heard from a female student at Keene State College, and she wants the bill to be passed because she's worried about walking home by herself after her nighttime classes. So this is a real issue. More than 400 New Hampshire college students have signed a petition in support of this bill. Now, when we hear from the opposition, we hear that college students are too drunk, that they're too immature, and that they're too young to carry a firearm. Well, my question is, how can we allow them to vote then? And how come they can go fight in a foreign war? The university has lobbied hard against this bill. Why? Because it takes away their power. But in their own words, of their own chief of police, Stephen Lee, college students are too drunk to carry a firearm. What happened a week later? Stephen Lee was arrested for drunk driving. You cannot make this up, and that is their best argument against campus carry. The fact of the matter is that college students are adults, deserving of an equal protection of the law as it already stands here in New Hampshire. I hope that you will join me in passing campus carry because gun rights are human rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Will the member yield to a question?
Of course.
Member yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you believe that Liberty University, one of the more conservative colleges in the country in Lynchburg, Virginia, not only allows their students to carry, but encourages them to carry?
That makes reasonable sense given that that is in Virginia. And Virginia Tech University just a few decades ago had a mass shooting. A professor died in that shooting because he was standing between the shooter and his students. He was a trained firearm instructor, and he was prevented from carrying a firearm. These policies hurt people.
Right, the motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed in 1793. Representative Muse has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? Is sufficiently seconded. It will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass on 1793. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Harriet Gothray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that our higher education campuses are a heightened source of games and competition and a sensitive place for students, and if I know that our courts consistently prohibit the carrying of firearms in schools and in some government buildings, and furthermore, if I know that public safety is in jeopardy, particularly if there's an active shooter on campus, because number one, our law enforcement have no idea who the perpetrator is. So lastly, because multiple persons are playing firearms or displaying firearms, it doesn't help the situation at all for law enforcement. And lastly, I'd like to remind you that our young people, and this is statistically, lack
I'll remind the
reasoning.
representative that this is a parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, if I know, all right, if I know that our young people lack reasoning until approximately the age of 27, I ask you to protect our children on campus by voting no.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know by passing this law, it will do nothing to make it less illegal to commit a mass murder or to terrorize people. And Mr. Speaker, if I know the states that have passed campus carry have done so without any increase or risk of violence, and Mr. Speaker, if I know it is unacceptable to tell legal-aged, willing and able-bodied adults they are prohibited to protect themselves if the need arises because somebody might be afraid to, would I now press the green button with the committee recommendation?
The motion before us, majority committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 1793. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 188 voting yea, 165 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. And it is going to finance. All right, we're going to take our lunch break right now. We'll get back here at 1 o'clock. Rise.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion.
Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Representative Simpson moves that all rules necessary be suspended to allow for the late drafting and introduction of a bill relative to transparency with local communities regarding federal installations.
Chair recognizes Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here in New Hampshire, we know that how we participate in our municipal governments is personal and local. Our residents expect to be able to weigh the pros and cons of decisions that affect their infrastructure, their property taxes, and reflect the values of their community. The legislation I want to introduce is to meet an urgent and compelling need. The current events were unforeseen prior to the filing deadline. News in the past several weeks of the possibility of a federal installation, specifically an ICE facility in Merrimack, were unforeseen to many. If a town does not consent to having an ICE facility being built in their community, the state may not take action to facilitate the building and approvals of a federal immigration detention facility in that community. The only thing that this legislation would do is give our towns and cities an opportunity to choose whether or not they want these facilities in their community. These facilities carry real consequences for our neighbors and our communities. They affect traffic, services, infrastructure, and the perceived character of the town, which can hurt local businesses and local economies. These facilities also remove property from the tax rolls, which increases the local property tax burden for residents already living there. I ask the body to suspend the rules so this legislation may be drafted and introduced. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call, please. Thank you.
Representative Simpson asks for roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. State your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order.
Just a point of clarification. This motion is, and you may be sharing it with us, but this motion just allows us to establish a bill type of thing, or is this agreeing to something that none of us have seen or heard?
It's allowing for late drafting and
introduction. It's late drafting and introduction of a bill.
Okay. Follow up? Do we have a bill that we've seen, or no?
No. This allows us to do it. We don't. That's why we don't have a bill.
I know how I'm going to bill it anyway. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what reason did the member rise?
A further point of order, Mr. Speaker?
State your point of order.
Am I to understand that if we vote in the affirmative, a bill will be drafted, sent to a committee for hearing, and will then be heard and discussed and dealt with according to our regular process? So there will be adequate opportunity for all members to see, hear, comment on the bill?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. That was more of a parliamentary type inquiry, but that's fine. So, the question before us is suspension of the rules, and this is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Simpson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the recent news regarding an ICE facility in Merrimack was unforeseen, if I know that it is urgent and timely to address this issue, and if I know it's important to support cities and towns across the state, would I now press the green button to suspend the rules to allow the drafting and introduction of this bill? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, if I know that immigration enforcement operations have been ramping up for the past year, that these situations could have indeed been foreseen, and I know that this body has repeatedly voted to support and assist all federal immigration operations in the state, And Mr. Speaker, if I know that we are in this situation for one reason, and that reason is because a former president, one whom we were repeatedly told and assured was entirely mentally competent, implemented policies that allowed approximately 11 million illegal immigrants to enter this country, contributing to higher housing costs,
The House will be in
downward
order.
pressure on wages, and serious public safety concerns. Would I now press the red button to continue with the people's business?
The motion before us is suspension of the rules. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Will all members present have an opportunity to vote? Also attend the state of the vote. 162 voting yea, 187 voting nay. The motion fails. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 47F, John Janegian, the Chair of House Ways and Means, waives off the second committee referral of House Bill 1350.
For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
I move that the debate on HB 1793 be printed in the Permanent Journal.
Without objection. Majority of the Committee on Education Policy and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1448, an act prohibiting the use of World Economic Forum materials within state curriculum. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Mike Belcher for the majority. Minority, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Peggy Balboni for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1448 would ban the use of materials created by the World Economic Forum in New Hampshire public schools. I oppose this bill not because I agree with every idea or position associated with the World Economic Forum, but because I believe in local control of our schools and providing a broad-based education for our students to help them understand the world as it actually exists. The World Economic Forum has shaped discussions on economics, technology, public health, and international cooperation for decades. Whether people agree with it or not, its role in modern world history is significant and widely recognized. In fact, even the current president of the United States participated in the most recent World Economic Forum Summit. HB 1448 would directly impact social studies courses, economics classes, global studies, and programs like the Model United Nations. In New Hampshire, over 200 students participate in local and regional competitions in which they research real-world issues and engage in policy debates. If we start banning materials tied to major global organizations, we undermine those programs and limit students' ability to think critically. This bill interferes with local control. The law is clear. Each school district shall be responsible for maintaining, updating, improving, and refining curriculum. Currently, our public school and charter school students have access to a broad body of curriculum material chosen by educators and locally elected school boards who best know the needs and interests of their students. Mandatory school policies already allow parents the right to opt out their child from any program or material that they find objectionable. The state shouldn't be a gatekeeper of information. New Hampshire students are capable of analyzing information, questioning ideas, and forming their own conclusions. We need to teach them how to think, not what to think. Please vote no on the Ayotte motion and reject this attempt to open the door to state control of school curriculum choices. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this was an opportune time for this bill to come before our committee, as World Economic Forum was proceeding in Davos at that very time, where it was announced that the teachers' unions would be joining with the World Economic Forum to create curriculum for our schools. Davos was marked by country after country slandering the United States of America, while championing China. It's no mystery why. The World Economic Forum stands in perfect opposition to everything we were founded to be. Where they advocate elitism, we were prescribed a constitutional republic. Where they advocate technocracy, we champion liberty. Where they advocate absolute control, we champion liberty and privacy. Where they suggest the average person own nothing and be happy, we respect private property rights. So I invite you to join me, vote green to send a message to these global elites that we will not join them in teaching New Hampshire students to eat the bugs. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions? Does the member yield to questions? Yes. Member may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for taking my question. This bill talks about not teaching the World Economic Forum as part of the curriculum. It was alluded to in earlier speech that somehow this would prohibit a student from doing research into there or any other source. There's nothing in this bill that would say a student on their own couldn't research papers from the World Economic Forum or from any other place, is there?
Thank you, and yes, that is correct. This provides no censorship on children. They can research anything they like. It has no effect on anything UN related, solely World Economic Forum and curriculum. Thank you.
Senator Boney has asked for a division. Who wants the roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1448. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Megan Murray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 1448 will limit resources for programs like our Model UN program and deny students access to a broad spectrum of robust and collaborative resources, and if I also know that this policy is isolationist and censors materials that are discussed among our global peers and chosen locally by our elected school boards, would I now press the red button so that a more appropriate motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Pennell for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the American Federation of Teachers is joining the globalist World Economic Forum in a curricular partnership straight out of an Orwellian novel, If I know that the same teachers union who worked to keep kids locked out of their schools during COVID now wants to develop curriculum with an anti-American globalist organization, if I know that globalists don't support local control, and if I know that we want a better future for our children than one where you will own nothing and be happy, would I now press the green button to protect our children from the globalist agenda?
Motion before us is ought to pass on 1448. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Mandelbaum. Representative Birch.
Have all the members had an opportunity to vote? Member that will obtain the state of the vote. 184 voting yea, 167 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Education Policy and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1832 FN, an act adding students with parents on active military duty to the Education Freedom Accounts Priority Guidelines. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Michael Belcher for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Peggy Balboni from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0167H, printed in House Record 5, page 47. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. Ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to HB 1832, which would grant children of active duty military members priority status in the Education Freedom Account program. On its face, it looks like an act of appreciation for our military, but we must consider carefully the real implications of adding another category for preferential treatment. The recently expanded Universal EFA program already has multiple priority categories. Students already in the EFA program, siblings of those students already in the program, students with disabilities, and students from low-income families. In fact, the vast majority of students enrolled in the program qualify for priority status. Each expansion of priority status reshuffles the deck, effectively pushing some students further down the line. This program is already surging. We are serving over 10,500 students right now at a cost of $52 million. By law, that cap rises to 12,500 students next year, adding another $9 million to the taxpayers' bill. That expansion alone more than covers the waiting list. We don't need another priority status when the law is already slated to accommodate every one of those 800 students. Although the EFA program has grown rapidly, its oversight has stalled. The committee created to oversee the program has neglected its duty to regularly monitor the implementation of the program. We are still waiting for mandated audits and compliance report follow-ups. It is irresponsible to grow a program that we are failing to monitor. Before we add new layers and new priority groups, we owe it to every taxpayer and every family already enrolled in the EFA program to ensure that the system in place is transparent, efficient, and equitable. Until we have stronger oversight, clearer data, and a more transparent method for prioritization, I urge you to vote no against HB 1832 so that a new motion can be made. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon again. This is an astoundingly simple bill. There is nothing complicated about it. We have a cap on EFAs right now. But that cap ought not apply to our active duty service members who sacrifice so much for us. If they are sent here on orders or whatever the circumstances are and they want to access this program, no cap should stand in their way. They should have access. That's it. So join me in voting green. Thank you, and I ask for a roll call.
Senator Belcher has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passed as amended in House Bill 1832. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Hall for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that hundreds of students already on the EFA priority guidelines list are not subject to the annual 10,000 student enrollment cap, and if I believe that adding another category to the EFA priority guidelines for preferential treatment is just another attempt to expand the EFA program. And finally, if I believe that the New Hampshire Children's Scholarship Fund has proven to have limited accountability and transparency and needs greater oversight before we spend any more state tax dollars on this way over budget voucher program, would I now press the red button so that another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Pimentel for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this small change would add a very small number of students to the Education Freedom Account program, and if I know that including active duty military families as a priority for the wildly successful Education Freedom Account program is the least we can do for those families who sacrifice so that we are free to pursue life, liberty, and happiness, would I now press the green button to honor our military families?
The motion before us is a Majority Committee Report of Order passed as amended in House Bill 1832. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Lamontagne.
All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will attend a state of the vote. 189 voting yea, 164 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 1081 FN, an act requiring political committees to certify with the Secretary of State whether they have or anticipate having less than $1,000 in receipts or expenditures in an election cycle. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. James Quayle for the majority of the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 1487 FN, an act creating an independent commission to propose redistricting maps for the legislature to consider. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Mr. James Guzowski for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation of bill ought to pass. Representative Connie Lane from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm back here again to try to convince you to vote for an independent redistricting commission to create fair maps for our federal and state offices. The way we draw our electoral districts has a profound effect on fairness and integrity of our democracy. This should not be a partisan issue. Both parties have implemented independent commissions across the country. This is an issue of fairness, accountability, and the future of our democracy. Granite staters overwhelmingly want this. Recent polls show that up to 82% of Americans favor independent redistricting commissions over our current system, and that's even when they have their own party in the majority. For over 40 years, we have witnessed the consequences of partisan gerrymandering, where district lines are manipulated to favor one political party over another. We go to court and let the courts decide the maps rather than us. Our current practice undermines the principle that every vote should carry equal weight and erodes trust in our election system. By creating an independent redistricting commission, we take a vital step towards ensuring that district boundaries are drawn impartially, transparently, and in accordance with the interests of the people, not our interests. The commission in this bill is based upon the successful system in Colorado, which is often considered to be the gold standard. It is composed of citizens from diverse backgrounds, ensuring that a range of perspectives and demographic features are considered. It operates openly, inviting public input and scrutiny so that the process is not hidden behind closed doors. This transparency builds public confidence and encourages greater voter participation. Independent commissions have a track record of producing more competitive districts, which leads to elected officials who are more responsive to their constituents. When we know that our re-election depends on serving the people, our constituents, rather than being put into a safe seat, we are more likely to listen and act on their concerns. Fairer districts means a healthier democracy. I do not agree with those who say that redistricting is only about politics and power. That is simply because we have let it become that way. There are ways to dilute politics and redistricting, and this bill is one. We have all taken an oath to serve our constituency, not to our party. Let's commit to a process that reflects our constituents' desires and protects the integrity of our elections. Some oppose this bill by saying that the Constitution requires that we, the legislature, draw the maps. Not so. All the Constitution requires is that we make apportionment. It does not say how we make that apportionment, and creating this commission in this bill and setting up the procedures in this bill are how we can choose to make that apportionment. I do note that when I submitted this bill as a CACR, that issue was not raised, but still did not pass. One persistent derision about commissions is that they have created maps that have been overturned in courts for one reason or another. That's true. The structure of those first commissions contributed to the errors made, and this bill addresses those errors. Remember also that our existing system has been challenged countless times over the past 30 years. Please listen to Granite Staters and vote for transparency and fairness by supporting this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gosowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the committee's majority report to inexpedient to legislate House Bill 1487. The purpose behind this bill is to create a completely new system for redistricting. The New Hampshire Constitution clearly places that responsibility with this legislature, not because legislators are perfect, but because we are accountable to those who have placed us here, the voters. This bill seeks to shift that responsibility away from this body and transfer it to an unelected commission. The committee, did not hear any clear evidence that our current redistricting process has failed the voters in any way that justifies creating a completely new system with ongoing financial costs, along with expanding the role of the courts in this process if disagreements arise. And we know how well that has worked out lately. If members believe improvements are necessary, the proper place to make those improvements is right here, through statute, under public scrutiny. For these reasons, I ask this body not to abdicate its constitutional responsibility to an unelected commission, and I ask you to support the committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1487 by pressing the green button.
Representative Lane has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 1487. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Newsom for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill passes constitutional muster and that nonpartisan is not a dirty word, and if I also know that the vast majority of Americans, including a ratio of 125-1 heard by the committee in testimony, want a bill exactly like this one that will allow the citizens of our great state to elect their representatives rather than the members of this hall choosing our voters. And if no one knows who will be in power during the next re-gerrymandering exercise, that now is the time to adopt this election legitimacy measure. Would I now press the red button so the proper motion of OTP may be heard? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gosowski for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know House Bill 1487 creates a redistricting commission that is not elected by the voters, and if I also know the New Hampshire Constitution assigns the responsibility of redistricting to the legislature, and if I also know under this bill, if the legislature rejects the commission's work, the matter will ultimately be resolved by the courts, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button to support the committee report to ITL House Bill 1487.
Motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 1487. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Corcoran.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 189 voting yea, 164 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. The Committee on Housing, to which was referred House Bill 1098, an act relative to municipalities denying building or occupancy permits for property adjacent to Class 5 roads under certain circumstances. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Dick Thaxton for the committee. For what members does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay HB 1098 on the table.
The motion is to lay House Bill 1098 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1098 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Housing, to which was referred House Bill 1196 FN, an act repealing the State Housing Champion Designation and Grant Program. Considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Julie Miles for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator David Page from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Hagner for a
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hello, colleagues. I am here to talk about the Housing Champions, a state program created a couple years ago under Republican control of both chambers, but through a tremendous bipartisan effort by leaders in both parties. This program is for cities and towns to commit to changes that make it easier to build housing. The program is voluntary, and communities can choose to participate or not. That is the New Hampshire way: live free or die. This program helps pay for the basics that make housing possible, like water and sewer lines, fire safety systems, and power. These are necessary in our homes and apartments before they are livable, and infrastructure is often the largest barrier to new housing. I am very proud to say my hometown of Manchester stepped up big time, and the city changed their local rules. It invested its own money, and it met clear state standards. As a result, Manchester received state funding tied directly to new housing, which was desperately needed. In 2025, Manchester received just over $205,000 in funding for 51 completed workforce homes, which were for nurses, teachers, retail workers, and first responders. The families that represent the backbone of our communities in which we live and hopefully thrive. Manchester also received just under $117,000 to upgrade fire safety and electrical at an affordable housing site. Those upgrades will allow for 30 more homes instead of 15. Without this help, the project would have been stalled and left far more families in need. But here's the problem. Towns like Salem, Rochester, and Manchester did exactly what we asked. They put in the effort, they absorbed the expense, they earned the right to participate, and now, after all that, we're telling them the support that we promised may not come true. That's not how this is supposed to work. And what about towns like Meredith, where I grew up on Lake Winnisquam, or Exeter, communities that recently earned the designation but may never see any direct benefit at all? I would hope that our constituents and taxpayers could rely on what we say and intend to do, but if things do not change, we could fail them again. Listen, we are here to help make things better, not worse. We need to come together, and we need to make real progress for our loved New Hampshire residents. This program works, so don't get rid of it. Instead, let's keep moving forward, choosing to see the glass is half full, not empty. Let's choose progress over politics so we can make housing better for all Granite Staters. And Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Housing Champions is a COVID-era policy in which the state used surplus COVID funds from the federal government to cities and towns to help them build infrastructure. Like many other programs in which the state delivers money to municipalities, they do not use them to demonstrably lower property taxes. I know, shocking. In fact, most of the Housing Champion communities' taxes continue to rise at unsustainable levels. Now, if the body will indulge me, I have a quick excerpt from the highly respected Concord Monitor that came out today. Concord was awarded roughly $800,000 for sewer upgrades in the Heights to support the project at the Steeplegate Mall. Concord leaders wore the Housing Champion badge with pride, welcoming it to recognition for the steps it took to make its zoning more amenable to housing. Despite the money Concord received in Housing Champions funds, the city saw a dramatic drop in the number of new units between 2024 and 2025, from 172 to 44, a 75% decrease. More recently, the city has used state funds that they received, $886,000, for purposes other than housing developments. Housing Champions has not been a priority in the budget, and it was not funded, so it's another government program that's just sitting in an office somewhere, and any of those programs need to be repealed. It's not doing its job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Alexander has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee report of order pass on House Bill 1196. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Simpson for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that almost half of all new housing starts last year in New Hampshire were in housing champion designated communities, if I know that solving our housing crisis requires both reducing barriers to building and making smart, targeted investments in the infrastructure that supports housing, and if I believe that it makes no sense to repeal this program when the latest data is the data we wanted to see from this Housing Champions program. And finally, if I think it's misguided to compound the harm caused by zeroing out funding for this proven housing program by now dismantling it entirely, would I now press the red button to vote no on this anti-housing bill?
Chair recognizes Representative Miles for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that too many New Hampshire families, seniors, and working residents are struggling to find safe, affordable places to live, and if I know that the Housing Champion Fund involves several $1 million in taxpayer dollars that are needlessly squandered and unaccounted for through grants and incentives that have no trace, and if I further know that our shared goal is to create real, lasting housing to help Granite Staters stay in their communities, then would I now press the green button to support the majority of the Housing Committee? Thank you.
Motion before us, a Majority Committee report of order pass on House Bill 1196. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative DeVries. Representative Crawford. Representative Crawford.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend a state of the vote. 185 voting yea, 166 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. This bill is going to Ways and Means.
Oh, that looks worse than that. The majority of the Committee on Housing, to which was referred House Bill 1405 FN, an act relative to the Housing Finance Authority's Affordable Housing Guarantee Program, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Calvin Boulier for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Karen Hegner for the minority of the committee. Representative Munz is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise in opposition to the motion of inexpedient to legislate. We've all heard about it from our constituents, and we've all read and heard about it in the media. Housing, specifically the lack of quality, affordable housing, remains one of the most pressing concerns for Granite Staters. In a recent Granite State poll from the University of New Hampshire, 29% of those polled said it is the most important issue facing our state. The next four issues, taxes, education, drugs and addiction, and jobs in the economy, together combined for 30%. To address our housing challenges, we are going to have to build more units. It has to be, as we heard from Governor Ayotte this morning, our top priority. Don't get me wrong, I'm not advocating that big government, the state, or the feds get into the housing construction business. What we in government can and should do is use the levers of government we do have to try to assist and support the efforts of private developers who are eager to build those units. This bill establishes an affordable housing loan guarantee program within the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority. Lending organizations which provide or are planning to provide loans for the creation or preservation of affordable housing and which apply to the Housing Finance Authority may receive a certificate of guarantee from the authority equal to 80% of the principal due on the loan. Guarantees of this type make it easier for lenders to extend the credit developers of affordable housing need. They reduce the risk the lenders face, allowing projects with lower profit margins to secure necessary financing, better interest rates, and improved loan terms. They act as a financial safety net, enabling projects to move forward despite high-risk factors like rising costs, interest rate volatility, and construction delays. The maximum principal guaranteed on any one loan may not exceed $30 million per lender per year, and the loans guaranteed under this program are backed by the full faith and credit of the state and will not exceed $300 million at any time. This is an amount the state treasurer is comfortable with. The state does not spend money when a guarantee is issued. The state only faces exposure if a loan fails and the borrower defaults on a loan. Republicans on the House Housing Committee all voted to kill this bill. Democrats voted to move it forward. During the debate on this bill in the Housing Committee, those of us who were in attendance or listened online heard Republican members say it was not appropriate for the state to pick winners and losers in the private sector. This is not about picking winners and losers. This is about using a well-established public policy tool to support private lenders and private developers who are willing to invest their money to address a pressing public need, the lack of affordable housing. If we are choosing winners and losers at all, then it is the individuals and families who will be able to find an affordable place to live, and the employers who will then be able to hire them who will be the winners, and those who will not be able to do so will be the losers. We also heard Republicans on the committee claim that this bill was fiscally irresponsible and will significantly increase the default risk that New Hampshire taxpayers will ultimately be on the hook for by an additional $300 million. Yet a Republican-sponsored bill we will be voting on soon proposes to increase the amount of loan guarantees available to attract large employers by nearly the same amount, $250 million. However, as the prime sponsor of that bill, who is a leader in this body, correctly pointed out during testimony when he introduced that bill, and I quote, "Fiscal responsibility is about managing risk intelligently and ensuring the state has the flexibility to support strong projects that will strengthen our economy," end quote. He also testified, which I also agree with, that every project backed by the state is, and again I quote, "subject to rigorous underwriting, conservative assumptions, collateral requirements, and project-by-project approval," end quote, by the Executive Council and Governor. He, at least in his testimony, did not seem overly concerned about the state increasing its default risk, at least not for the loan guarantees supporting large businesses. The fact is, however, business development loan guarantees generally carry a higher risk for lenders and guarantors, like the state, compared to housing loan guarantees, primarily because business loans are often less secured and highly sensitive to economic cycles, whereas housing loans are typically secured by the property, allowing for foreclosure as a primary recourse. Business loans may be unsecured or rely on volatile business assets, leading to higher default risks. In addition, residential real estate secured loans are subject to stringent federal regulations requiring the lender to prove ability to repay with full verified documentation, unlike commercial loans. And that is not just me guessing or speculating. That is input I received from a New Hampshire banker. Furthermore, in testimony to the Housing Committee, the executive director of the Housing Finance Authority stated that the default rate for similar federal home loan guarantee programs is very low. He also was very confident that the vetting process they would put in place for the home loan guarantee program would result in an extremely low default rate. The real question, my friends, is if Republicans in this body are willing to extend loan guarantees for businesses, why are you not willing to join with Republicans to help Granite Staters who are already struggling to make ends meet find an affordable place to live? What large employer will come to our state if the workers they need to hire can't find a place to live? And would it not be more prudent financially to make sure that every Granite Stater has a place to call home first? I like the bill to increase the supports for large businesses. This bill does not authorize any new spending. It does not issue any new debt. It does not appropriate a single dollar. It has the support of a broad coalition, including the Business and Industry Association, the New Hampshire Housing, the New Hampshire Bankers Association. It leverages one of the most significant and least expensive levers of government we have, the full faith and credit of the state, to assist the private sector in meeting a need that we all recognize is critical to our state's long-term economic well-being, housing. It is a true public-private partnership. This is a good, low-cost, low-risk, small step to helping developers build the additional housing units we are going to need to stabilize the housing market and give more Granite Staters the opportunity to rent or purchase a quality, affordable home. I urge you to join me in voting no on the ITL motion so that an alternative motion can be made and we can address this critical issue together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Representative Boulier is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to propose a deal. I have a very nice backyard. It would be perfect for an accessory dwelling unit. Would anyone here like to go with me tomorrow to Main Street in Littleton and walk into one of the banks and co-sign a loan for me? I'll make the deal even better. What if I told you the bank wouldn't make the loan unless you agreed to co-sign it for me? You get nothing in return for co-signing it, by the way, but you would be on the hook if I defaulted. I presume the vast majority of people here, if not all of you, would not feel comfortable making that deal. HB 1405 FN is that exact same deal. It's the New Hampshire taxpayer co-signing up to $300 million in private mortgages for ADUs. Public risk, private profit. Taxpayer funds would underwrite hundreds of millions of dollars in loans that are too risky or unprofitable for banks to make otherwise. Under this scheme, if the borrower pays back the notes, the banks make a profit and they keep it. If the borrower defaults, the banks don't eat it, the taxpayer takes the loss. Government meddling and taxpayer-backed schemes are not the solution to our housing crisis. Property rights and free markets are. The vast majority of our housing stock was privately built and privately funded at no risk to taxpayers. The only form of housing development in New Hampshire that has been proven to work is freedom. The seeds of the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis were planted with the same crooked logic as this bill: public risk, private profit. Our housing market will be more sustainable and resilient without corporate welfare. If it's not a deal you would make personally, do not make this deal in the name of the New Hampshire taxpayer. Vote ITL.
Representative Alexander requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedience to legislate on House Bill 1405, and Representative Howland is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that financing remains a significant barrier to building low and moderate income multifamily housing, and if I know that this program would use state bonding to provide a guaranteed loan program that would unlock private financing to build the kind of housing that we need without adding an appropriation from the state, and if I know that this would be managed by the New Hampshire Municipal Finance Authority, which has a proven track record of making these types of loans with a low default, thereby protecting the state's interest, then would I push the red button to overturn this ITL so that we can actually pass a bill to build housing that we need?
Representative Cole is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know, I'm old enough to remember the Fannie Mae crisis, where government-backed subprime loans failed and sent us into a recession. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that a comparable federal program, such as the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD Section 542C, already exists. And Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill risks up to $300 million of our New Hampshire taxpayers' money, would I then push the green button and support the ITL motion?
Questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1405. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 186 in the affirmative, 162 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Housing, to which was referred House Bill 1612 FN, An act relative to the use of price-fixing websites, algorithms, or other software by landlords. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Joe Alexander for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative David Page for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
I move to lay HB 1612 on the table.
Representative Alexander moves that House Bill 1612 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? Oh, okay. Well, I guess it's going to be a division vote. Everybody have a seat. Division. The question is whether to lay House Bill 1612 on the table. Representative Minor is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that additional legislation may create overlapping regulations between landlord-tenant law and the consumer protection laws, and Mr. Speaker, if I know this will cause compliance issues for our housing providers who may, instead of dealing with it, choose not to even rent out their units. And also, Mr. Speaker, if I know housing providers will almost certainly pass these costs down to their tenants, which will dramatically increase housing costs, then would I press the green button to lay this bill on the table? Thank you.
Representative Page is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that our antitrust statutes were written before software could enable large-scale price coordination by market competitors, and if I know that analysis by the White House Council of Economic Advisors shows that such algorithms increase rents by an average of $70 per household per month at a time when a majority of New Hampshire renters pay more than half of their income on housing, would I now vote no on this tabling motion to join the growing number of states that have clarified that use of such software to set rents constitutes an illegal practice?
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1612 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 198 in the affirmative, 147 in negative. 1612 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Housing, to which was referred House Bill 1661 FN, an act relative to expanding the Housing Finance Authority's Community Heroes Program, and makes an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Calvin Boulier for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Alan Howland for the minority of the committee. Representative Susi is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak against the motion of inexpedient to legislate, and I want to do so not as a legislator, but from the perspective as a retired firefighter serving the community of Nashville for 29 years. Every shift, my colleagues and I would show up knowing we may be called into someone's worst day. We responded to house fires, car accidents, medical emergencies, overdoses, often in the middle of the night, in all weather, on weekends, holidays. We do it because we care deeply about the communities we serve. But caring alone doesn't pay the mortgage for young folks entering the profession. And when essential workers like firefighters and nurses can't afford to live in the communities they serve, it's not just a workforce issue, it's a public safety issue. While the median household income in New Hampshire for a family of 4 in 2024 was around $100,000, that income still fell short of covering basic living expenses: housing, childcare, healthcare, food, and gas. Housing costs are the biggest driver of that gap. Last year, the median cost of a single-family home in New Hampshire was $514,000. The annual cost to own that home, mortgage, property tax, and insurance, was $47,249, nearly half of the median household income. For many essential workers, including firefighters, that math simply won't work. Firefighters in New Hampshire typically earn between $50,000 and $60,000 a year. Support staff in healthcare earn closer to $35,000 to $38,000. Child care workers earn roughly $32,000 a year. These are not expendable jobs. These are the people we rely on every single day to keep our community safe, healthy, and functioning. Recognizing this reality, the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority launched the Community Heroes Home Buy Initiative. The program provided a modest but meaningful $3,000 closing cost credit to eligible first-time essential home buyers who used one of New Hampshire's housing already income-screened mortgage programs. In a single year it was funded, the program helped 184 essential workers, nurses, elder care workers, firefighters, police officers, child care providers buy their first home. That might not sound like a big deal, but I can tell you what it means in the real world. It means a firefighter living close enough to their station to respond quickly. It means a nurse not commuting an hour each way after a 12-hour shift. It means a child care workers can afford to stay in the field instead of leaving higher-paying jobs, shrinking capacity even further. These are professionals who keep our towns running and our neighborhoods safe. Yet they are also among those being pushed out of our communities by the housing crisis. When they can't afford to live here, we don't lose workers, we lose response capacity, institutional knowledge, and community stability. The New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority has been clear. Community Heroes program was unqualified success. But despite that success, no additional funding has been provided. That is a problem that we have the opportunity to fix today. We can choose to let the success story of this program fade into the past and watch response times grow longer, hospital wait times increase, child care availability continue to decline as workers leave the state, or we can take a practical, targeted step to help people we already depend on stay rooted in the communities they serve. A reasonable investment of $750,000 in the next fiscal year and $1.5 million each year after that is a bargain compared to the real and lasting cost of failing to recruit and retain essential workers. For those reasons, I urge the body to vote against the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Bully is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his book, The Tyranny of the Status Quo, Nobel Prize-winning economist Milton Friedman said, quote, "Nothing is so permanent as a temporary government program. Today is your chance to prove him wrong. Today is your chance to keep a temporary government program actually temporary. The purpose of HB 1661 FN is to resurrect a temporary COVID-era program and make it permanent. This program uses taxpayer money to subsidize home purchases for certain, quote, essential workers at the expense of workers who presumably are not deemed essential by government decree. While the beneficiaries of these funds may be quite worthy of assistance, we need healthcare professionals, educators, firefighters, law enforcement, and others after all. There already exist private organizations, such as Homes for Heroes, which provide real estate commission rebates to first responders at no expense to the taxpayer. At New Hampshire's median sales price of $535,000 for a single-family home, these private market rebates are actually more than the $3,000 this COVID-era taxpayer money offered. Also concerning, this bill allows the state bureaucracy to pocket 10% of the appropriation and then write the rules as to how it's to be distributed. There's no requirement that any recipient be means tested. It's quite possible that a doctor, who is a healthcare worker after all, with a $250,000 salary, could qualify for down payment assistance at the expense of ineligible restaurant workers who survive on tips. This bill will not fix our housing problems. Only property rights and free markets can do that. This bill is a feel-good measure for the benefit of a few at the expense of the many. Let's do the right thing for taxpayers, and I ask you to uphold the committee's recommendation of ITL.
Representative Alexander requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1661. Representative Reed is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that for $600,000, the current program made 184, yes, means tested through the mortgage, firefighters, nurses, and police officers homeowners in their communities. And that's an incredible return on investment. And if I know that many towns require that firefighters and police live in their communities in order to be able to respond quickly to emergencies, but their salary does not allow them to have a home in those communities, and if I know that it is estimated that in the next 20 years, a very significant portion of the population of New Hampshire, and maybe this room, will be in nursing homes with no nurses because the nurses have been forced out and couldn't afford homes. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the $2.9 million we just clawed back out of the previous bill on housing champions would pay to expand the HEROES program in this bill 4 times over, would I now press the red button so we can invest smart money in a working program?
Representative Alexander is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Community Housing Finance Authority implemented this program in 2021 because they had extra money because everybody was refinancing at low rates, thanks to President Trump. If I know that they had all this extra money and they used it for a Community Heroes program, that they spent $600,000 and only put 400 people in homes, if I know that's not an efficient use of government money, would I press the green button to ITL this bill? Thank you.
The questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1661. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Weber.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 179 in the affirmative, 166 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. Got it. The Committee on Housing, to which was referred House Resolution 30, an act finding that planning, zoning, and related regulations have been and should continue to be the responsibility of municipal government. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Joe Alexander for the committee. Representative Turkos recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in opposition to the motion of ITL. For any of you who have the actual bill in front of you, you will note that it's a bipartisan bill with an equal number of Democrats and Republicans sponsoring it. The first thing I want to do is explain the difference between a House resolution and a House bill, because I was here a couple terms before I actually it was explained to me. A House bill actually takes an action. It changes an RSA, eliminates an RSA, creates commissions, and that kind of thing. A House resolution is a statement. That's all it is. And I'm going to read the statement I'm looking for you to affirm when I get to the end of it. I think I'm going to use the blurb in the calendar report to actually highlight a lot of the misconceptions here on this bill. The first one is, this resolution is unconstitutional because it would signal that the legislature does not have the ability to determine municipal planning and zoning. This resolution has zero to do with constitutionality, and there is no signal that the legislator does not have the ability to determine planning and zoning. In fact, it's the exact opposite. I'll read you the current RSA at the end. Next, New Hampshire is a Dillon rule state, meaning that local governments may only exercise powers that were specifically granted to them by the state. That's true. But what I find interesting is those who are pushing some of these anti-zoning legislation rules drag out the Dillon rule mantra only during times when it benefits them. Normally, small government proponents despise state government interference. Not so here. And regardless of the Dillon rule statement, there's also the question of fairness. That being, should the majority of citizens have their property rights taken away for the benefit of a select few? Next, the bill does not have a narrow scope, and it argues local communities have unlimited powers to zone and control the communities. This is a House bill resolution, as I explained. It's just a statement, and it does nothing but emphasize this body's confirmation of the existing RSA. These rights could include mandates for Sharia law in certain zones and local bans of known constitutional rights. This one here is a great example of what we call a straw man argument. The bill is about zoning only, not Sharia law, not the Second Amendment, not taxes. The state of New Hampshire and its political subdivisions have always done things working hand in hand. But governments may have overstepped. So I say may have overstepped. Did they overstep? Who overstepped? And whose opinion is that? How many local governments overstepped? 1, 2, 3? And do we as legislators apply universal zoning mandates on account of a couple local governments? The collaborative approach, this is the last one. Collaborative approach has and should always remain how we do things in Concord. If the resolution had said something along these lines of planning, zoning, and related regulations have been and should be a collaborative effort between the state and local communities, the Housing Committee may have recommended this. Well, if that was the true intent of the committee, they could have easily made an amendment to do that. This legislation's wording is taken directly out of our current RSA, and this is what it says. Declaration of purpose in what you will vote on. states verbatim that the general court hereby finds and declares that planning, zoning, and related regulations have been and should continue to be the responsibility of municipal government, and that zoning, subdivision regulations, and related regulations are a legislative tool that enables the municipal government to meet more effectively the demands of an evolving and growing community. That's what I'm asking you to affirm. So if you agree with the declaration of purpose that I just read, you will press the red button so the ITL motion is overturned and we can make a motion of OTP. If you believe Big Brother should continue mandating zoning, press the other button. Again, this is a House resolution. It has no effect on RSAs, and it's simply there so you can tell your constituents where you stand. No issues of constitutionality, no issues of Sharia law, no issues of the Second Amendment, no issue of taxes. I ask you to press the red button. Thank you.
Representative Alexander is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first want to thank the prior speaker for rereading my committee report. I think it's helping people. The second thing is you're probably wondering why a 17-0 bill is on the regular calendar. Well, you are either going to hear the debate right now or at the end of the day, so we chose right now. HR 30 is a resolution that resulted from a number of housing reforms signed last year. The resolution states that municipalities should have the sole right to determine planning and zoning. Now, we all know New Hampshire's Dillon's Rule state. All powers are given to municipalities by the state. So if we vote for this resolution, what we're literally saying is we cede all of our authority for planning and zoning. But let's examine the unintended consequences of setting this precedent. Is someone going to come back next year saying we cede our authority to regulate firearms in municipalities? Should we cede our authority to regulate child marriage or the right to get married? Should we cede our authority to set taxes on citizens? Should we cede our authority to make election laws? Whether you agree with the concept of planning and zoning, whether you agree that it should be on the municipal level or the state level, please consider the precedent you're sending by the House affirming this resolution and passing it. Planning and zoning should remain a collaborative approach, as it always has. I mean, there are disagreements in this body every day. There's disagreements in the town every day. But we continue to work hard together in New Hampshire and have a collaborative approach. And I actually think that if we amended the bill to say that, I would have voted to recommend it. I know that personally. So consider the precedent we're sending, and please vote green to ITL, knowing that a collaborative approach is the way to go. Thank you.
Representative Turcotte has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is not sufficiently seconded.
We have missing people. Missing people. Doesn't count. You want a division?
Alrighty, this will be a division vote. Members, take your seats.
Representative, there were not people in the room that signed. Therefore, it goes away. Okay? That's how it works. Wasn't sufficiently seconded. I'm not arguing.
It was not sufficiently seconded. What signing is a convenience, you still have to be not only in the room but at your seat to be able to second a motion. I don't even know if it happened this time, but like walking around in the back waving your arms, you're not seconding anything. It does not work that way. If you're not in the room, you're not seconding anything. If you're not in your seat, you're not seconding anything.
Division vote, members take their seats.
Division, members take your seats.
I move to table.
For what reason does the member rise? Nobody charges the well and just starts talking.
Okay.
For what reason do you rise?
I move to put HR 30 on the table.
We're in the voting mode. So, Drama notwithstanding, this is a division vote. Members should be in their seats. The question is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Resolution 30. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Reynolds. Representative Spar. Representative Paquette.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 259 in the affirmative, 81 in the negative. The motion is adopted. All right. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred CACR 13, an act relating to registers of probate, providing that the officer of Register of Probate and all references to such office be eliminated. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. A division vote's been requested. Members, take your seats. Division. Questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass on CACR 13. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Aldrich. Representative Kelly. Diane Kelly. Representative Mills.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 325 in the affirmative, 15 in the negative. The report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill. I wish the mic was taller. The majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 1123, an act requiring certain companies to post expected salary ranges on public job listings. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Michael Granger for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Chris Schultz from the minority of the committee. Representative Wade is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, colleagues. I rise today in support of HB 1123, which requires companies with more than 50 employees to list salary ranges and benefits in job postings. The modern job market doesn't look the same as it did 5 or even 10 years ago. Online applications mean any opening gets flooded with hundreds of applicants, many of whom aren't actually qualified or interested once they learn the pay range. Right now, there's no requirement at all for upfront salary disclosure. This kind of disclosure used to be pretty standard practice, but times have changed in the modern labor market. Resumes these days are reviewed by AI software, and applicants might go through multiple runs of online interviews without ever talking to a person and getting the chance to ask questions about a position. Companies end up wasting applicants' time through multiple rounds of interviews without ever mentioning pay, and applicants waste companies' time by applying for jobs that they would never otherwise accept. Nobody should have to go through all that hassle only to find out a position that requires a master's degree only pays $20 an hour. Back in high school, I applied for a job at Subway, and it took 2 rounds of interviews for them to tell me that the position only paid $7.25 an hour. That wasted my time and the company's time. All this bill requires is a good faith estimate of the salary range that an employer is willing to negotiate within. This gives employers flexibility to negotiate on an individual basis with each applicant. If a company does not plan to negotiate the salary or wages for a position, then they would just have to list a fixed wage. For example, at a fast food place, most entry-level positions are set at a fixed wage. This bill also requires that the employer include a general description of benefits, which most already provide anyway, since you should know whether or not a certain job offers health insurance or isn't going to pay well enough to cover your rent up front. The 50-employee threshold is meant to avoid potentially burdening small businesses, and this legislation was modeled on 16 states that have already passed some form of pay and benefits transparency law. This bill would apply only for public job postings, not internal promotions or executive recruitment, which aren't publicly advertised. Think of the listings that you might see on a website like Indeed or LinkedIn. During the public hearing on this bill, the Labor Department stated that the bill is enforceable as written. The system would function through public complaints using the same enforcement mechanism of existing labor laws, starting on the first offense with a warning, and subsequent offenses would be a $2,500 fine. This is a win-win. Workers know if a job is worth applying for, and businesses avoid wasting time on applicants who would reject the actual salary. It's efficient, it's fair, and costs nothing but a few minutes of transparency. 16 states have already proven that this works, and I believe New Hampshire should join them. I urge you to vote no on the ITL motion so that a better motion can be made on this bipartisan transparency bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Granger is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Freedom of speech is a double-edged sword. It means that people are allowed to say things that they want to say, but it also means that people are allowed to keep their mouth shut when they don't want to say something. I will now provide a practical demonstration.
House will be in order. The question is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1123. You ready for the question? Division's been requested. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1123. Representative Wade is recognized for Representative Sullivan is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that providing a salary range on a public job posting will keep employers and prospective employees from wasting each other's time, and if I know that providing a salary range will prevent employers and job candidates from potentially wasting money on travel to interviews for a position that does not provide sufficient compensation. Knowing that, would I now press the red button to overturn the ITL motion so a better motion can be made?
Representative Creighton is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the government should not be involved with private business and negotiations, and if I know that employers can and do post salary ranges voluntarily today, would I not push the green button to uphold the ITL? Thank you.
The questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1123. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 193 in the affirmative, 149 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. Before we move on to the next, we pause for an apology to the House. On House Resolution 30, there were people signed up for parliamentary inquiries, and I missed it. That's not the clerk's fault. It's nobody's fault but mine, and I apologize for that error. For what reason does the member rise?
Having voted on the prevailing side, I wish reconsideration for H.R. 30.
Okay. Representative Perez moves reconsideration on House Resolution 30.
And I request a roll call vote.
Representative Perez requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Roll call. Roll call. Are we good? There we go. The question is whether to reconsider House Resolution 30. Representative Turcotte is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this HR is solely about a statement by this body and has absolutely zero impact on our current RSAs, and if I know voting against this motion to reconsider will be considered and looked at as the same as voting against the House resolution, that will allow our citizen voters to know where we stand regarding local control of our zoning, then would I press the green button so we can reconsider the vote and hear the PIs that were overlooked just previously? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Alexander is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I already know the House has considered this resolution and we voted 259, I have it on my hand, 259 to 81, not to pass this resolution. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that voting red on this motion in no way indicates your position on it, but knows we would like to move on with the day, would you please vote red to continue on with our day? Thank you.
The question is whether to reconsider House Resolution 30. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 72 in the affirmative, 274 in the negative. The motion fails. The majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 1168, an act relative to employer documentation requirements, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Brian Labrie from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Michael Cahill for the minority of the committee. Representative Cahill is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill came to the Labor Committee as in the form of a request to address a problem that in the wage claims, the claimant may file up to 3 years after the alleged incident, which does seem like a long time, and it may be difficult for a business to find all those records that could be in a storage area and all of this, but there was no data presented for the frequency. Does this happen once a year? Does it happen every week? I sort of doubt it. Think of it, if you had a constituent who had a wage claim, how long would they wait if they think they were owed money? It's not something you put off until another day. Now the department does allow 10 days, and if the employer says, I have this other issue, it's going to take me longer than 10 days, they grant an extension. It's kind of like a routine thing, a courtesy that you would do. So if we grant this, if we change this law now from 10 to 30 days, then every employer will have 30 days. And I guess that they're thinking, yes, I probably do owe that employee money. Maybe I'll drag this out until day 29, then I'll put it in the mail. It's really not fair in the event to the employee. And it's better for the employer to get it out of the way, put it behind them, respond to the claim. There has to be a hearing. The claimant has the burden of proof. And many times the claimant fails, the employer succeeds, and no harm done. So I ask you, because we have no data about this being a big problem, it's maybe a very insignificant problem, the department already handles this by granting extension when indicated. I'm asking you to overturn the vote, press the red button so another motion may be made. Thank you.
Representative Labrie is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Labor Committee is charged with representing the best interests of both employees and employers. Occasionally, we find a statute that has simply fallen out of balance. RSA 275-51 is one of those instances. Currently as written, a worker has 3 years to file a wage claim, yet an employer has just 10 calendar days to respond. In the world of a mom and pop shop, 10 days is the blink of an eye. If a notice arrives while a business owner is on a job site or a part-time bookkeeper is on vacation, that window can slam shut before the mail is even opened. And the stakes are high. If they miss that deadline, the DOL can order payment immediately, even if the claim was a simple misunderstanding. HB 1168 offers a common sense fix. It extends the response window to 30 days. This isn't about letting anyone off the hook, it's about ensuring the department has the facts. This change gives employers the time to pull archived timesheets and payroll records necessary for a fair and honest hearing. When we rush the process, we invite errors. Errors lead to unnecessary appeals and crowded court dockets. By moving to a 30-day standard, we align this process with legal timelines and ensure due process is a reality for our constituents. This isn't a rollback of rights, it's a rollout of common sense. It's fair to the worker, it's realistic to the employer, and it's way overdue. Colleagues, I respectfully urge you to support the committee's recommendation on OTP and push the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield for a question?
No, sir.
The member does not yield. Questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 1168. The division has been requested. Members take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 1168. Representative Sullivan is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that an employee should not have to wait 30 days for a wage claim to be addressed, and if I further know that the Department of Labor routinely provides extensions beyond the current 10-day deadline when warranted, would I now press the red button to defeat the OTP motion so that a better motion can be made? Thank you.
Representative Creighton is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill improves the accuracy and fairness of wage claims, would I not press the green button to approve the committee report?
The questions on the majority committee report about to pass on House Bill 1168. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Kaczynski. Representative Kaczynski.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 175 in the affirmative, 162 in the negative. The report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which we referred House Bill 1352, an act relative to payment and dispute resolution for medical bills under workers' compensation. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Robley Hall for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Mark McKenzie for the minority of the committee. Representative McKenzie is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the committee report and respectfully rise to oppose my colleagues. The workers' compensation system provides two things. It provides indemnity benefits for workers, and it provides medical benefits for workers when they are injured in the workplace. The important thing is that workers need to get the medical insurance and the medical care that's important to them when they're injured. The situation that was presented to us and the reason this legislation was put in is because providers came before the House Labor Committee and said this, that we are in this zone. Once the bill is sent to the carrier, they enter this zone. And what happens during this time is that they are trying to negotiate a reasonable value of that service. Now, this is taking months. It shouldn't. It's costing the system lots of money, which it shouldn't. It's tying up staff, which it should not. And so this bill that I proposed does this. It brings accountability to the system. It provides tools for people to be able to resolve their disputes more quickly, introducing mediation and other things. And in the end, what it does is to say that we don't want to spend months just wasting people's time and costing people's money, because in the end, those costs are going to go to every business in the state of New Hampshire who has workers' compensation insurance. Now, I think that the motion, the information I provided to the committee and this bill moves in that direction to resolve this, and I would ask that the delegation press the red button and vote against the inexpedient to legislate so a subsequent motion may be introduced. Thank you.
Representative Drago is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 1352 began as an effort to resolve disputes and improve accountability between medical providers and workers' compensation insurance companies. However, throughout the hearing, the committee discovered that this bill fails to address the core issues at hand. Remarkably, even the medical providers whom this legislation was intended to help express indifference toward its passage, signaling that the proposed solution does not meet the actual needs of the field. As the committee learned during the hearing, the true source of friction is a practice of third-party repricing. While insurance companies and providers initially agree to a specific fee schedule, the process breaks down once a bill is submitted. Rather than paying the agreed-upon rate, insurers often route these bills to third-party vendors. These entities are financially incentivized to delay payments and minimize disbursements because they receive a percentage of the savings they generate below the negotiated rate. This creates a systemic bottleneck where the third party profits directly from the delay and reduction of legitimate medical payments. Ultimately, HB 1352 does not address this underlying cause of late payments. The committee has already begun exploring alternative avenues to hear from both the provider and the insurance sides to ensure any future action is both comprehensive and effective. By shifting our focus toward the root cause of these delays, we can eventually draft legislation that offers a meaningful fix. Therefore, I ask you to join me in supporting the ITL motion by pressing the green button. Thank you.
The questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1352. Division's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1352. Representative Sullivan is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that disputes between workers' comp medical providers and insurance companies over the cost of medical treatment often take far too long to resolve, and if I know that a new voluntary mediation process might help the parties come to a mutual agreement on reasonable value of a medical service. And finally, if I know that HB 1852, as amended, would hold insurance carriers accountable for delays in payments, would I now press the red button to overturn the ITL motion so that a better motion can be made? Thank you.
Representative Creighton is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 1352 would in fact delay medical billing, and if I know that there are already dispute resolution systems in place, would I not press the green button to uphold the committee's report? Thank you.
Questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1352. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gilman.
Of all members present and an opportunity to vote, the House will attend to the state of the vote. 184 in the affirmative, 153 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The Committee on Public Works and Highways, to which was referred House Bill 1485 FN, an act relative to eligibility and fees for late refund requests of road tolls. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Bill Boyd for the committee. The questions on the majority committee report of ought to pass. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report's adopted, and House Bill 1485 is referred to the Committee on Finance.
We did 1193 earlier. This was 1485. We're fine. All right, yes, I was just asking, there was some telling, and we were voting 1193. But this is House Bill 1485.
The Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which was referred House Bill 1088 F&A, an act transferring funding for the Water Well Board from the general funds to a special non-lapsing fund. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Nicholas Bridle for the committee. The questions of majority committee report of ought to pass. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report's adopted, and House Bill 1088 referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. The Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which was referred House Bill 1477 FN, an act relative to the permitting and regulation of anchored seasonal floating platforms on public waters. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Will Darby for the committee. The amendment is 0067H, which is printed in House Record 5 on page 46. Questions on adoption of the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Main motion is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Hold up. Hey, there was a request for a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is the majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1477. That's a division vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Jones. Representative Ball. Representative Corcoran. Representative Sargent.
All righty. Have all members finally had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 284 in the affirmative, 47 in the negative. The report's adopted. House Bill 1477 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which is referred House Bill 1751 FN, an act relative to a Start Park public safety parking surcharge. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Gregory Sargent for the committee. Questions on the majority committee report about to pass? You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report's adopted, and the bill and House Bill 1751 is referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. The Committee on State, Federal Relations, and Veterans Affairs, to which is referred House Resolution 24, an act honoring Tadeusz Kosciuszko, and yes, that's the right pronunciation. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Michael Moffett for the committee. Questions on the committee report of ought to pass? You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on State, Federal Relations, and Veterans Affairs, to which is referred House Resolution 25, an act recognizing the Kingdom of Bhutan as responsible for the oppression and forced eviction of more than 100,000 Bhutanese citizens during the late 1980s and 1990s. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Mike Belcher for the minority of the committee. The bill is on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Seibert offers floor amendment 0351, which is printed in House Record 5 on page 47 and is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, so we had a small change that needed to be made. It was just a little technical error, just specifying that the actions took place beginning in the late 1980s and early 1990s, which was previously the early was left off. So please support the amendment and this small change. Thank you.
Questions on adoption of the floor amendment? You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now we are on to the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Resolution 25. Representative Belcher is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I recognize I stand here to speak against a 12-1 vote. But I'd ask your indulgence for just a minute because there is a couple important things to look at here. So this resolution, it makes very, very serious allegations against a foreign nation for activity that happened some decades ago. Now, we received some testimony, and I certainly have my sympathies for the testimony received and the people involved. However, on a strictly ethical basis, I have difficulties signing on to lodge serious allegations against a foreign nation when I don't have the independent capacity to confirm. There was no investigation, there was no fact-finding, nothing of that nature. Only one side was heard from. Now, the other part is a constitutional and an issue of prudence. So, resolutions generally and properly will take a position asking the state or the federal government to take some action on our behalf, something we would like them to do. This resolution, however, directly undertakes foreign policy and diplomacy by making demands of a foreign nation. The nature of these demands are not small. By my estimation, these demands could amount as much as regime change in a foreign nation. Foreign policy is the purview of the federal government by constitution and by court precedent. This resolution actually requires delivery directly to the Secretary of State Rubio, who, despite the fact that he's worn a few hats recently, I don't think we can actually just order him around from this state. Finally, I'm uncertain of the wisdom of this body taking sides in distant ethnic conflicts with the assumption that doing so will never come for any consequences for any of our constituents. So I would appreciate if you would consider overturning this motion so another can be made. Thank you.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes.
The member yields. You may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you recall that we passed a similar resolution like this a few months back, and we had people arguing out in front of the State House over the resolution, and it made the news? And I don't know, potentially something like that could happen here. Do you agree?
Thank you for the question. I do remember hearing about that. I don't know what the potential would be for this bill or not. Frankly, from my perspective, it's not so much whether there's going to be an argument or somebody might be upset. I just don't know that this is well-founded and well-executed as it is.
Does the member yield for another question?
Sure.
Member yields. You may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for taking my question. Where is Bhutan?
Thank you. This is an Asian nation.
House will be in order. Representative Budetaki is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I go through my written testimony or speech, I would like to answer two questions raised before. One, Bhutan is in between China and India. The other thing about states' jurisdiction. New Hampshire has a long tradition of speaking on human rights on when our residents are directly affected. This resolution reflects our values and the lived reality of thousands of New Hampshire constituents. It does not attempt to govern another country or foreign country. This resolution does not set foreign policy or direct the federal government. It expresses the moral voice of this House, which the state legislatures have done many times on issues on human rights and humanitarian concerns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 16 years ago, a young man full of hope landed on the eastern shore of the United States. He arrived not with privilege or wealth, but with faith. Faith in America's promise of freedom, dignity, and justice. He came as a refugee from Bhutan, carrying little more than gratitude and determination. That man stands in this chamber today. Mr. Speaker, every nation has an indelible past, and so do its people. I do not come before you without a past. I come with it. I come carrying the weight of displacement and loss, but also gratitude for a country that offered belonging and a future. For it, It is for that reason that I rise in strong support of House Resolution 25. This resolution recognizes a harsh and well-documented truth. More than 100,000 Bhutanese citizens were forcibly displaced in the late 1980s and early 1990s, stripped of citizenship and driven from their homes. This is not rhetoric, it is a matter of record. The US Department of State, in its country reports on human rights practices for 1990 and 1996, documented policies that led to the mass expulsion of citizens, largely based on ethnicity and political expression. Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International reached the same conclusion. But displacement was not the only harm. Since that period, peaceful protesters have been arrested, tortured, disappeared, and imprisoned. Today, at least 31 political prisoners remain incarcerated without due process. Many of their parents and children are now US citizens, yet they are denied the right to see, speak with, or even hear their children's or parents' voices. Speaker, this is real. Laza Mugger, a Concord High School graduate, has not seen her father since 2017. She was 9 months old when her father was arrested after returning briefly to Bhutan from a refugee camp to meet his family. He has been imprisoned under inhuman conditions since 2008. She told me, as I was preparing this speech, I grew up knowing my father only through a photograph. His face lived on a wall, not in my arms. I met him once in 2017 inside a Bhutanese prison. This is not about politics or sides. It is about a child and her father. I am asking for one hug, just once. She said, mercy is not weakness, it is humanity. Mr. Speaker, that is not a radical request. This is a human one. For New Hampshire, this matters. Close to 2,000 Bhutanese Americans live in our state. They serve in our hospitals, our National Guard. They run small businesses, yet many are denied visas to reunite with their family members or attend funerals, even when they hold US passports. This is personal for me. Mr. Speaker, my own family was forced out of Bhutan when I was a child. America gave us dignity and belonging. Yet today, many Bhutanese Americans are denied entry to their birthplace simply to say goodbye to dying parents. That unequal treatment is discriminatory and inconsistent with the respect owed to American citizenship. As Abraham Lincoln reminded us, a nation cannot escape history. When injustice is ignored, it does not fade. It endures and it passed on to the next generation. That truth extends to religious freedom. According to the US Department of State 2023 report on international religious freedom, an estimated 30,000 Christians live in Bhutan. Public preaching is prohibited and Christian organizations are not legally recognized, compelling many believers to cross borders simply to practice their faith. So that question before us is simple. If we believe families deserve to reunite, if we believe children deserve to know their parents, if we believe American citizenship carries equal dignity, if we believe Christians in Bhutan deserve religious freedom, and if we believe Bhutanese Americans' families deserve the right to grieve, to attend funerals, and to say goodbye with dignity, then if we believe Laza Mugger deserves to hear her father's voice in freedom and finally hold him in her arms, the House should vote yes. House Resolution 25 is not a call for confrontation, it is a call for truth, reconciliation, and healing through family reunification, release of political prisoners, restoration of citizenship, and a credible reconciliation process. This resolution does not set foreign policy, it expresses the moral, voices of this House and the values of New Hampshire. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully urge support for House Resolution 25. Thank you.
Does the member yield for a question? Does the member yield for a question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Khan, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, taking my question. Representative, do you agree that wherever we see, doesn't matter what country, when there are religious minorities or any kind of minorities getting attacked or killed or anything happens to them, we have responsibility to tell the society, tell the world that what is happening in that country?
Thank you for the question. I believe in freedom of religion in this state, in this country, or beyond. Thank you.
Does the member yield for another question?
No more question. Thank you.
Member does not yield. Okay. The motion is ought to pass as amended on House Resolution 25. And a division's been requested. Members, take your seats. Who requested the roll call? Representative McFarland requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is not sufficiently seconded. So we're back to a division. Alrighty, the questions on the motion about to pass as amended on House Resolution 25. And Representative Belcher is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry. Waves off. Representative Foss, want a parliamentary inquiry?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that in the late 20th century, more than 100,000 Bhutanese citizens were forcibly expelled from their country, tortured, and sent to refugee camps, if I know that thousands of those Bhutanese refugees now live in New Hampshire, and if I know that through HR 25, this body has the opportunity to show those Granite Staters that we believe they deserve justice and liberty, then would I then press the green button?
The questions on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Resolution 25. That's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Rees, I missed you. Sorry. Thank you. Representative Will, no.
Brian got you. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 220 in the affirmative, 115 in the negative. The motion's adopted.
Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 47F, Chair Janigian waives the second committee referral of House Bill 1196 from the Committee on Ways and Means. Pursuant to House Rule 47F, Chairman Weiler waives the second committee referral of House Bills 1196, 1190, 1485, 1793, and 1832.
The majority of the Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs to which is referral to H.R. 45, an act urging Congress to find that the Piscataqua River and Portsmouth Harbor lie within the state of New Hampshire, and consider the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Tom Mannion for the majority. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Crystal Lloyd for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Barton to offer floor amendment 0389. He's recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. This amendment doesn't change the substance of House Resolution 45. It simply ensures that when this House communicates with the congressional delegation and the administration, that the historical record underlying the conclusions of the committee is clearly conveyed. The issues in House Resolution 45 turn on history, jurisdiction, and long-established facts. This amendment allows the Speaker, at his discretion, to include explanatory correspondence, so federal officials can review the same historical information we relied upon and come to the same factual conclusion as the committee. This strengthens and clarifies the resolution, and I move for its adoption. Thank you.
It's the amendment, floor amendment. That's before us. Thank you.
Okay, the question is on the adoption of the floor amendment 0389H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. We're on to ought to pass as amended, and the chair recognizes Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a simple resolution. I know it comes from our Seacoast representatives. If you look at in name only, you feel like you're obligated to vote for this for your constituency, and I respect that. But buyer beware. There's a lot more that comes with this. Caveat emptor, if for the legal beagles out there. And it's all about New Hampshire people paying that 5.8% income tax when they work in Maine. And that's what this comes down to. They don't want to do that. But traditionally, border states always have this issue. I live in western New Hampshire. We over there, we pay Vermont taxes. We pay Massachusetts taxes. It's just a way of life. I also want to point out that supporters of this bill go back in history. and they go back, that's right, it's a resolution, I'm sorry, go back in history, and they go back to colonial times when they say New Hampshire owned this island where this naval base is. But if you're going to go back in history, go back even further. It was owned by the American Indians, and there should be a casino there right now. You know, the supporters, they say they talk about paying the tax, but the difference is how much are you getting paid? And just look at the difference in minimum wage. New Hampshire is $7.25, Maine is $15.25. So you more than make up the difference with that taxes. You know, and there's just more to it. Ownership, caveat beware. When in 1934, there was a Supreme Court ruling. There was a difference between Vermont and New Hampshire. They both wanted to own the Connecticut River. The judge ruled, the Supreme Court ruled, that New Hampshire owned it. You know what? That was a losing thing for New Hampshire. Now we have to take care of every bridge that crosses that river. We have to run every ferry line that crosses that river. We have to answer all accidents that happen on that river. If a body floats up in Brattleboro, Vermont, New Hampshire has to go investigate it. If someone falls off the dock in White River, Vermont and gets hurt, New Hampshire has to go and with the first responders. Taking ownership isn't something that really helps us as a state. If this was a bill, there would be an FN attachment to it that would be up in the millions of dollars that it would cost us to own that river. And the most important of all, with this Portland Naval Base, it was on the closure list 3 different times. And you know what? The federal representatives from New Hampshire and Maine bonded together in support, and that's what saved this naval base. If we put a divide between New Hampshire and Maine, we could lose that naval base, and then we're both losers. I ask you to vote red. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions? Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say certainly if running and owning and operating the river and those islands was such a burden that Maine would just yield them to us. But I want to remind all of my colleagues in the House here, and I hope this doesn't count as a prop, but that flag depicts one of those islands that Maine claims is theirs. And I can't just sit in my chair and say, yeah, I'm just going to let that slide. I have been through all of the historical data. I have seen the map that Senator Jean Shaheen has seen, and I've read the resolution 20 years ago that she signed as governor, which the language of this resolution mimics. That resolution was a concurrent resolution. That resolution was adopted unanimously by the other body. And by an overwhelming majority in this House. If you recognize that our state seal depicts the Raleigh on Badger's Island than Langdon's Island, which is codified in RSA 3.9, which was adopted in 1931, then you must press the green button and adopt this resolution. Historically, we could go way back to continental times, but today we depict one of those islands presently on our state seal. So we don't have to go back too far to recognize what we've always known and declared in our statutes is ours. I urge you to adopt the resolution. And I would remind you, it is just a resolution. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
Yes.
Member yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Could you answer me this question? If the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard is called the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard, if it's in Elliott, Maine, why is the zip code 03109, which is a New Hampshire zip code?
It's a New Hampshire zip code because the post office on the New Hampshire shipyard where I worked for 16 years is in New Hampshire.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Resolution 45. Representative Burt Barton has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Members need to be in their seats. We're in the voting mode. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Resolution 45. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Siebert for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that roads, bridges, and other infrastructure cost money and New Hampshire is not prepared to shoulder this burden, and if I know that if this were to take effect, it would not benefit all New Hampshire citizens who work in Maine and are also taxed, and if I know that this change would not go unnoticed and would lead to retaliatory litigation, leading to changes in previous agreements between the states, which benefits New Hampshire's fishing industry the most, then would I please vote no on the ought to pass motion, ought to pass as amended on this measure. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Mendelbaum for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that over a century of data supports that the islands within the mouth of the Piscataqua River, including the island depicted on our state seal, are historically on New Hampshire land, and if I know that New Hampshire residents working at the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard should not be paying a Maine income tax, and if I know that our senior U.S. Senator supported a similar resolution while serving as governor in 2025, then would I now press the green button to ask for federal recognition of our history and to restore the rightful boundaries of our state?
The motion before us is the committee report of ought to pass as amended on H.R. 45. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 205 voting yea, 129 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 1452 FN, an act relative to parent-taught driver education as an alternative to traditional driver education programs. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Seth Miller for the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, all of my sons laughed when they first saw the tiny cars that you use in driver's ed. At the time, we had 9 children, and our family cars were 2 12-passenger vans. The teacher in the driver's ed class didn't help them learn to navigate our family cars. But our sons still had to pay for the course and to take it anyway. Under our current disparate treatment under the law, everybody 18 or over can get a license by passing the DMV tests. But only 16 and 17-year-olds have to pay a private for-profit company for a course in order to do that. So whose car does the student usually end up driving? The parents. Who's likely to be paying the insurance on the car? The parents. Who's responsible for repairs on the car? The parents. Who will pay medical costs in the event of an injury? The parents. Whose car is used for the 40 hours of practice driving? The parents. Who's probably in the passenger seat during those 40 hours? The parents. And who is the most invested in having a safe driver behind the wheel of their car? The parents. In the end, what counts is passing the written test and the road test at the DMV. As long as a student meets the requirements of the class required in this bill, why does it matter who teaches them? Let's give the people who have the most vested interest in success the opportunity to teach their children if they choose, since they are taking a great percentage of the responsibility already. Please vote red to overturn the ITL motion, and Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is about safety on our roads, making sure that each person permitted to operate a multi-thousand-pound weapon is qualified to do so. The committee at this time is not comfortable reducing the standards for the new driver, especially with our youngest drivers for whom the value of the formal driver's education is the most valuable. And we've seen data that supports this. A University of Nebraska at Lincoln study showed that those who had home-taught drivers were 75% more likely to get a traffic citation and 24% more likely to be involved in an accident with a fatality than those who underwent a driver's ed program. I understand that it may not be the same car. I understand that it may not be exactly the same circumstances. Learning to drive in the smaller car rather than the giant one, to start, makes sense. You figure out where it is, and then you grow into the other thing. It makes sense to have the stricter and more standardized education for these people to make sure that they are safe on our roads. Thank you.
Representative Dry has requested division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Representative Proud asks for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. House will be in order. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1452. It's a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Garrison for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this body has continuously supported parental rights to educate, and if I believe in institutional learning, and I support and encourage everybody to be formally trained and to attend a driver's education class, but I don't feel that it is appropriate for this body to enforce it on only a portion of the population by law, then would I then press the red button so a different motion could be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Walsh for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we've seen this bill several times over the years and have rejected it every time. Mr. Speaker, if I also know that the past bills, one of the main motivations stated was affordability was the reason for bringing the bills forward. On this particular one, though, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what the motivation is because none of the sponsors even bothered to come to the committee to introduce the bill. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Division of Motor Vehicles has been working diligently on the affordability issue since these bills came around by streamlining the process to get more instructors hired quickly, even creating a trust fund, a scholarship program for low-income families. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I was reminded 3 times just on my way here today that our 16 and 17-year-olds deserve the best training possible before they get on the roads, then wouldn't I press the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1452. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representatives Muse and Harry Gathright.
If all members had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 178 voting aye, 155 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. We are now going to move on to the bills removed from consent. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which is referred House Bill 1446, an act providing that an individual's use of therapeutic cannabis shall not disqualify the individual from the purchase, ownership, or possession of a firearm. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Mark Prue from the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Heath Howard.
I'd like to make a motion.
Do you recognize him to speak?
Yes.
He recognizes you to
Okay.
speak.
I'd like to motion to table it.
We recognize you to speak.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'd like to motion to table.
The motion's not in order because you were recognized to speak.
Okay.
You have to wave off. You have to say that you don't wish to speak, and then you have to recognize the motion.
What?
For what reason does the member rise?
I'd like to table HB 1446.
State your motion.
I'd like to table HB 1446.
The motion to table is in order. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1446. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Every members take your seats. The House will be in order. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1446. Chair, it's a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Heath Howard for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the Criminal Justice Committee ITL'd this legislation because cannabis is a Schedule I substance that is federally illegal, and if I know that the federal government is currently in the process of taking a position on the Second Amendment rights for therapeutic cannabis patients, with the Supreme Court and the ATF being asked to weigh in on this exact issue, and if I know that we should table HB 1446 to give us an opportunity to revive this discussion when the federal government resolves and clarifies their opinion on this issue, then I would please press the green button. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know in a very strange twist of shocking events that I agree with the previous speaker, would I vote green?
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1446. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Seibert.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 318 voting yea, 8 voting nay. 1446 is laid on the table. Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1436 FN, Act relative to the classification and protection of personal digital information and cloud storage files. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Joe Alexander for the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
I move to table.
This is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table 1436. Are you ready for the question? The division has been requested. Members, take your seats.
he's going to go first. If he's against it, he goes second.
Motion before us is to table 1436. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that although the purpose behind this bill is very good, there are a number of problems with the bill, and it simply is not ready for prime time, would I then press the green button to support the motion to table?
Chair recognizes Representative Wheeler for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that we need to protect the privacy rights of our citizens, and if I further know that one of the members who has some of the most stature in this building is requesting to speak on this motion, to speak in favor of passage of the bill, then would I vote against table so that a debate may be had? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1436. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to say to the vote. 284 voting nay, 47 voting nay. House Bill 1436 laid on the table. Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 1105, Act making the term of office for certain Belknap County elected officials 4 years. Considered the same, report the same with the following recommendation: the bill ought to pass. Representative Dale Gerard for the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to make a motion to table this bill. Can I do that at this time, or do I need to speak?
We just recognized you to speak.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm hoping to overturn the OTP motion on this bill. The reason for that is we had a discussion at a delegation meeting about changing the term limits of certain county officials to 4 years. A vote was never taken, a letter was never written to do that. There are several of us on the committee who did not agree with this change, while others did. I do believe that it's important to understand that without the 2-year term limit for offices, we really don't have an effective way to recall an elected official within a good time period. There is a way, but it's a very long process. The citizens have not even had a chance to speak on this, and I'm getting emails from folks saying they want to keep the 2-year term limits. So I think it's important to listen to the constituents of Belknap County and keep a 2-year term limit. And I would ask for your support in overturning the OTP motion. Thank you.
For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to table House Bill 1105.
Okay, that is a proper motion. The motion is to table House Bill 1105. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1105 is laid on the table. Committee on Municipal and County Government, two issues. We've still got a little work to do, and it's getting awful noisy. Committee on Municipal and County Government, two issues referred, House Bill 1160, an act relative to the County State Finance Commission. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Linda Franz for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Weiler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My apologies to the municipal and county government. I did not appear to explain this bill. It is a little complicated. I go through about 400 emails a day. If I skip a day, it's 800. I was looking for this bill to go to ED&A and probably went by the notice, so I did not appear to explain this bill. This bill is about 12 years overdue. And if I were on the municipal county government and saw this line in there that said, there'll be no more member from municipal county government on this commission, I would have said, what are you doing to me? Why are you taking away this? Well, in fact, there hasn't been a member of that committee on this commission for more than 10 years. This bill is about Medicaid, and it goes back to about 15 years. Medicaid is supposed to be a program that's 50% federal, 50% state. HHS decided, since a lot of it covered people in the county homes, that the county should pick up 25% and the state would pick up 25%, and then the federal's 50%. That went on for a little bit, and then suddenly the state was only paying 18%. So those of us that are sitting on the county budget were expecting a little bit of increase in Medicaid, and all of a sudden it goes up by a lot more than we expected. What's going on? The state is passing more of the cost of Medicaid onto the counties. Why? Because they can. There was no leadership in law to tell them anything else. So some years ago, we sat down in the Finance Committee and said, nuts to this. Here's what we're going to do. The counties will pay all of the costs in the Medicaid in the nursing homes for Medicaid care and elder care. And these other programs that used to stick the county with costs, which were youth programs, keep those in the state. So here comes some grants. And those of us, there's 3 of us that are legislators on this commission, 2 from Finance, House Finance, 1 from Senate Finance. All of us happen to be on the Fiscal Committee. About every month we see grants coming in through the Fiscal Committee. So we get to see what's coming in for Medicaid. And we get to analyze it. Then we go to this County State Finance Commission to discuss how this money will be divided between HHS and the county. And we want to make sure that it's a fair thing. And there are people there from the county, there are people there from HHS, and there were 3 of us, as I said, from the finance systems within the legislature. So I was not there to explain this. Once you explain it, you realize that this is housekeeping from like 12 years ago. This should have been changed then, but it wasn't. So now we're saying, because we wanted to change people around also, how people were appointed from the HHS and from the county officers, so we had to clean that up a little bit. That's what the bill was about. But if you never dealt with that commission, you never dealt with all these Medicaid problems, it would be confusing. So I'm here to apologize for not being there to explain it. I hope my explanation is adequate. I'm happy to answer any questions. I hope you will vote red on the ITL and then green on the ought to pass, so that this commission can operate the way it was intended to, rather than being against the law. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
The motion before us is the committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1160. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Yeah. The motion before us is any speedy to legislate on House Bill 1160. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Seibert and Lloyd.
While all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. (142) voting yea, 188 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Weiler moves ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
Thank you. Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time. And when the House adjourns today, it be to meet Thursday, February 12th at 10 a.m.
The question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Representative, if you're going to leave, leave quietly. We still have work to do. Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want you to remind you all to put it on your calendar now, next Tuesday, 4:30, Delta Dental, the best party you'll ever go to here in the legislature. So don't forget, next Tuesday.
Chair recognizes Representative Boschman for an apology.
They don't have to be quiet. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, sorry. I would like to apologize for a rude gesture that I made during the State of the State address this morning. I would also like to say that I think it's inappropriate that somebody threw away a number of meals that belong to other members of this body after being asked not to. It's inappropriate to touch somebody else's food, let alone throw it away. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gregg.
I know you're all tired, so I appreciate this.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I can't hear.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of our good friend and colleague, Representative Gabi Grossman, and her son, Oscar Grossman. 1 year ago today, Oscar suffered a devastating fall at his work site for his high school in Exeter, falling 30 feet on his head onto frozen ground. That he survived is nothing short of a miracle. He was life-flighted to Boston, where he began what has been an extraordinary journey of recovery. In this past year, Oscar has come so far. His strength, his determination, his spirit, they have truly been remarkable to witness. His family's unwavering love and the support of this community have carried him through challenges that most of us cannot imagine. Yet we also recognize with both hope and realism how far he still must go. The road ahead remains long, and the work of healing continues day by day. There is a profound irony in this journey that touches my heart. Representative Grossman has dedicated her service to this state as a tireless advocate for the disability community. She has fought to ensure that our laws protect and support those facing the greatest challenges. She experiences it not just as a legislator, but as a mother, watching her son fight his way back. As friends, we have the privilege and the responsibility to stand beside them. As legislators, we bear witness to their journey and recognize that we have work to do. Work to ensure our systems serve families when they need the support the most. But today, on this anniversary, we celebrate the miracle of Oscar's survival. We honor his courage and we hold the Grossman family, Gabi, Oscar, Oliver, and Eli, in our hearts. Thank you.
And does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move that the member's remarks be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection, Chair recognizes Representative Leon and Seelig.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. Group-on-group violence goes back to the beginning of time, with struggles over territory, resources, and even feuds feeding violence and death. The Second Industrial Revolution, also known as the Technological Revolution, brought a phase of rapid scientific discovery, standardization, industrialization, and mass production from the late 19th century into the early 20th century. Along with many benefits to humanity, it brought standardized, industrialized mass slaughter to the world in the form of genocide. With the tools, transportation, and connection available at the turn of the 20th century, modern genocide emerged. The industrial slaughter of the Armenians, the Armenian genocide, paved the way for future genocides. As written by Abram Sakar, founding president of Brandeis University, the genocide was cited approvingly 25 years later by the Führer, who found the Armenian solution to be an instructive precedent. Adolf Hitler's words are both horrific and informative, and are why it is important to ensure that we teach the next generation of the horrors of genocide and Holocaust to guard against history repeating yet again. In an Olsberg speech, Hitler said, who today is speaking about the destruction of the Armenians? He said this to spur his soldiers into genocide, the Holocaust, which Representative Seelig will speak to now.
The Holocaust began with its leader illegitimately consolidating power and then using that power to target and dehumanize specific populations by legalizing racist ideology and criminalizing people who did not meet a specific ideal. It led to one of the most well-documented genocides, but certainly not the only one. Let's be clear, the dehumanization of any person is immoral, no matter how much we may disagree on policy. Our responsibility as legislators, New Hampshire residents, Americans, and human beings is to uplift people and to work to solve problems together without denialism, hate, or discrimination. Only by learning history can we work to prevent atrocities from continuing to happen.
Those who forget the past are condemned to repeat it. That means we must never forget. It also means that we must learn from the past and not demonize those with whom we disagree, or to view members of a group as just a group without recognizing their individualism and their humanity. Thank you.
For what reason does a member rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that the remarks of the previous speakers be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. Chair recognizes Representative Luno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of the House. Last Thursday, January 28th, here in Concord, there were clear skies, bright sun, temperatures in the single digits, nearly the same conditions as it was 40 years ago to the day in Florida. On that day, 1986, Space Shuttle Challenger broke apart 73 seconds into its flight. The spacecraft disintegrated at 46,000 feet above the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Cape Canaveral. 7 astronauts on board, all lives were lost. Dick Scobie, commander, Michael Smith, pilot, Ronald McNair, mission specialist, Ellison Onizaka, mission specialist, Judith Resnick, mission specialist, Gregory Jarvis, payload specialist, and Krista McAuliffe, a payload specialist from Concord and the first teacher in space. Our former colleague, the honorable member from Kentucky, Mel Myler, was watching the launch from the observation deck at Cape Canaveral that day. 40 years ago, that day 40 years ago. And every year since, he has visited Krista's gravesite to remember her as a public school teacher, and to leave an apple. I joined Mel and his wife Diane during their visit last week. While we were there, others came by to remember Krista too, and we shared stories, where we were when it happened, I'm sure you all remember, and what we've learned, after all, from the first teacher in space. And we've learned a lot. Days following the accident, President Reagan appointed a Blue Ribbon Commission to investigate what caused the Challenger to break apart and make recommendations to mitigate future disasters, all while recognizing the risk associated with spaceflight cannot be totally eliminated. The commission members included scientist and physicist Richard Feynman, astronauts and engineers Neil Armstrong and Sally Ride, and retired Air Force General and renowned test pilot Chuck Yeager. Over the following months, the commission met more than a dozen times to interview and question people involved with everything from the system assembly to the launch decision. They met with NASA administrators, shuttle designers, assembly technicians, contractors, members of mission control, meteorologists, and engineers responsible for the design and construction of the solid rocket boosters. And from those depositions, those questions, rose a common theme. The experts, the engineers and scientists, and meteorologists all testified that their recommendation was no go, not to launch. And as indicated in the commission report, quote, they voiced very strong objections to launch that morning. Why? Why did the experts, the engineers, why were they a no-go for launch? Because of facts. The fact it was 18 degrees at midnight and rising to only 26 degrees Fahrenheit at lunchtime. The fact the O-ring seals on the solid rocket boosters had only been tested successfully down to 53 degrees. The fact at lower temperatures, the seals exhibited degraded performance that resulted in media blowby and would compromise the integrity of the main fuel tank. So why did this happen? The commission report concluded that the design of the O-rings was not satisfactory to meet the requirements. But it also found the recommendation of the engineers, the experts, the recommendation to no go, to not launch, given the conditions, because the temperatures at the launch site would compromise the performance of the solid rocket booster seals and yield catastrophic results. That no-go opinion of the scientists and experts was overruled by management, a politically rushed decision to get the Space Shuttle Challenger off the launch pad, despite the experts. So what did we learn on this day 40 years ago? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to place that in the permanent record.
Without objection. Chair recognizes Representative Tulerski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past Monday, the city of Nashua suffered a tragedy with a devastating explosion and fire at Greater Nashua Mental Health, a vital provider of care and support for individuals and families throughout our region. After the smell of gas was detected, the building was evacuated, and minutes after crews arrived, there was a massive explosion resulting in fire. Miraculously, everyone who had been in the building escaped safely. However, 3 Nashua firefighters were injured, thankfully, with non-life-threatening injuries. I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to Nashua Fire Rescue, the Nashua Police Department, emergency medical personnel, as well as to the many neighboring communities, many of whom you represent, who stepped up and responded through mutual aid. Their swift action, coordination, and willingness to assist without hesitation exemplify the strength of our local and regional partnerships and the very best of public service. We hold in our thoughts those who are injured and wish them healing and a full recovery. Moments like this remind us how deeply we rely on one another in times of crisis and how grateful we are for those who answer the call to serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I would move that the remarks be placed in the permanent journal, but I also wonder if it would be appropriate for the remarks to be printed and sent to the Nashua Fire Department on behalf of the House. I don't know whether that's appropriate or not. It just seemed like a good idea.
Without objection. Chair recognizes Representative Kutab.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to apologize to the Speaker and to the body for coming to the well and moving to table when unrecognized earlier. My apologies.
Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of the introduction of bills, vacate motions, enroll bill amendments, enroll bill reports, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House is in recess until Thursday, February 12th at 10 a.m.